The Appalachian Mountains are known for their stunning beauty, but they also have a dark side. This story explores the true experiences of a solo camper who encounters terrifying events in the Appalachian woods, leading viewers to question the true allure of the mountains. My name is Sawyer. To be precise, Sawyer Thorne. For the past 15 years, my world has been one sculpted by sound, though rarely my own. I'm a post-production sound engineer, which is a less glamorous way of saying I spend 10 to 12 hours a day in a padded, windowless room, stitching together the auditory fabric of films. I create worlds of noise from nothing. I can take a recording of celery snapping and turn it into the sound of breaking bones. I can layer the rustle of magnetic tape with the sigh of a bellows to create the breath of a dragon. My job is to build an illusion, to sell a reality that doesn't exist through the careful application of manufactured sound. It pays the bills, and at one point, I even felt a craftsman's pride in it. But lately, that pride had curdled into a profound sense of exhaustion. I was tired of the artificiality, tired of the endless search for the perfect Foley, for a superhero's cape, tired of sweetening dialogue until it was stripped of all human imperfection, tired of the digital hum that seemed to follow me home, a low-frequency ghost in my own apartment. I craved something real, something uncompressed and unfiltered. I yearned for a soundscape that wasn't designed in a studio, but had evolved over millennia. I wanted the sound of wind through the skeletal branches of old growth hickory, the complex, layered call of a bird that wasn't competing with the drone of a distant highway. I wanted, for once, to capture something pure. That's what led me to Shenandoah National Park. It wasn't just a vacation, it was a pilgrimage. I secured a backcountry permit, a golden ticket that allowed me to escape a curated experience of designated campgrounds. I packed my professional-grade recording gear, a sound devices mixer, a pair of Neumann KM104s for stereo ambience, and my prized Sennheiser MKH416 shotgun mic, along with the usual survival essentials. My pack weighed a ton, but the burden felt righteous. I hiked for hours, pushing deeper into the park's wilderness, leaving the well-trodden paths behind. The air grew cooler, cleaner. The sounds of civilization faded until they were entirely gone, replaced by the symphony I had come for. I finally found my spot, a small, secluded clearing, barely a dimple in the dense forest, encircled by a silent council of ancient trees. It felt sacred, untouched. Setting up camp was a deliberate ritual. I pitched my small, one-man tent. Then, with the care of a surgeon, I arranged my equipment. The stereo microphones were placed on a stand, positioned to capture the full breadth of the clearing. The shotgun mic was aimed towards a particularly dense thicket of trees, hoping to isolate the calls of whatever creatures resided within. For the rest of that first day, it was perfect. More than perfect. It was transcendent. I recorded hours of pristine audio. The gentle percussion of a woodpecker on a hollow tree, the whisper of a breeze stirring the canopy, the distant, mournful cry of a hawk. Listening back on my headphones with my eyes closed, the world felt vast and honest. I had found my sonic truth. The second day began with the same sense of peace. I spent the morning exploring the area around my camp, my shotgun mic in hand like a divining rod, capturing isolated sounds. The gurgle of a hidden stream, the scuttling of a beetle over dry leaves. It was in the afternoon, as I was walking a deliberate circle around my clearing, that I first noticed it. It was a faint rustling in the leaves, just at the edge of my hearing. My first thought was of a deer, or perhaps a squirrel. I stopped, and the rustling stopped. I took a step, and a single, soft crunch echoed my own. I took another. Crunch. It was there again. A perfect mirror. I stood motionless, my heart beginning a slow, heavy drumbeat against my ribs. The forest was silent save for the wind. I told myself it was an echo, a strange, acoustic phenomenon created by the bowl, like shape of the clearing and the dense wall of trees. But I am an expert in acoustics. I live and breathe the physics of sound. This wasn't an echo. An echo is a reflection, a degradation of the original sound wave. It arrives later, fainter, its edges softened by the journey through the air. This was different. This was a perfect, one-to-one replication of the sound I was making, occurring almost simultaneously. It wasn't a reflection, it was a broadcast. I started to experiment, my scientific curiosity wrestling with a primal, rising fear. I shuffled my feet, a soft, continuous shove-off. From the woods, the exact same sound, a flawless imitation of the friction of my boots against the forest floor. I took 3 quick, heavy steps. Thump, thump, thump. The response came from the trees identical in rhythm and weight. Thump, thump, thump. It seemed to be coming from a distance of about 30 or 40 yards, always from the same general direction, but I couldn't pinpoint it. It was as if the sound itself had no single source. I spent the next hour in a state of high alert, my head constantly turning, my eyes scanning the impenetrable shadows between the trees. The mimicry was relentless. When I walked, it walked. When I stopped, it stopped. It was a horrifying, invisible partner, shadowing my every move with an impossible fidelity. The sun began to dip below the ridgeline, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, but the beauty was lost on me. The encroaching darkness felt menacing, a rising tide that would soon swallow my small island of light. Back at my tent, I sat on a log, dead still, listening. For a long while, there was only the familiar, comforting soundscape of the evening forest. Crickets began their nightly chorus. An owl hooted in the distance. The fear began to subside, replaced by a self-conscious embarrassment. I was a city dweller getting spooked by shadows, a sound engineer being fooled by a simple echo he couldn't explain. I felt foolish. To break the tension, I coughed. A single, sharp, involuntary bark into the cold air. Silence. Then, from the woods, from the same area the footsteps had come from, came the exact same cough. It wasn't similar. It wasn't an animal trying to imitate a sound. It was my cough. It had the same pitch, the same timbre, the same slightly ragged edge from a throat dry with anxiety. It was a perfect studio, quality recording of my own body, played back to me from the darkness. My blood didn't just go cold. It felt like it had turned to ice, to solid lead in my veins. Every rational explanation evaporated in an instant. An echo doesn't replicate a complex, biological sound with that level of detail. A parrot or a mockingbird couldn't produce that timbre. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't a natural phenomenon. This was something else. And it was listening. Panic is a physical thing. It's not an emotion. It's a chemical detonation in your brain that rewrites all your body's operating instructions. In that single, stolen cough, every system in my body switched from exist to survive. The air in my lungs turned to stone. The forest, which moments before had been a source of profound peace, now felt like a cage, and the bars were the impenetrable, ink-black spaces between the trees. My first instinct was primal run. But where? running blindly into the Appalachian wilderness at night, with no trail and no light, was a death sentence of a different kind. My professional life had been about control, the meticulous control of sound waves. But here I had no control at all. I was utterly, terrifyingly exposed. My body, acting on its own accord, scrambled backwards. I stumbled off the log and crab, walked toward the flimsy nylon shell of my tent. My eyes locked on the spot in the darkness where the cough had originated. It felt like a physical presence now, a void in the shape of a predator. I fumbled with the zipper of the tent flap, my fingers clumsy and numb. The sound of the zipper was obscenely loud in the silence, a sharp, metallic zip. I threw myself inside and yanked it shut, and from the woods the sound came back. Zip. It was perfect. Not just the sound of a zipper, but the sound of my zipper. It had the same slight catch halfway up, the same finality as the metal pull clicked into place. It was another perfect recording, another piece of my reality stolen and played back to me by an unseen audience. I was no longer an observer here. I was the subject. I was the specimen being prodded and recorded. Panic gave way to a desperate surge of adrenaline. I couldn't run, but I couldn't just sit here and wait. My gear, my sound gear was my only connection to this thing, my only way to potentially understand, or at least monitor, the threat. I crawled over to my pack and pulled out my headphones and the shotgun microphone. The mic, my Sennheiser, was designed to be hyper-directional, to isolate a single sound source from a noisy environment. In my studio, I used it to capture the subtle rustle of cloth. Tonight, I would use it as a weapon, or perhaps a shield. I plugged the headphones into my mixer, slid them over my ears, and pointed the long, menacing barrel of the microphone towards the front of the tent. I cranked the gain all the way up. The world exploded into sound. The gentle, ambient noise of the forest became a roaring, deafening torrent. Every cricket chirp was a gunshot. Every rustle of a leaf was an avalanche. I could hear the blood pumping in my own ears, a frantic, percussive whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and shallow, a desperate gasping for air that only seemed to amplify my terror. It was too much. I dialed the gain back, finding a precarious balance between total sensory overload and the need to hear what was outside. And then I heard it. Layered perfectly over the sound of my own breathing, coming from the direction of the woods, was a second set of breaths. They were perfectly in sync with my own. When I inhaled, it inhaled. When I held my breath in a moment of sheer terror, it held its breath. When a shuddering exhale escaped my lips, it exhaled with me. It was wearing my soundscape like a skin. It wasn't just mimicking me anymore. It was synchronizing with me, becoming a parasitic twin tethered to my very life functions. My heart hammered against my ribs, a wild, panic drum solo. And through the headphones, I heard that too. A second heartbeat, a phantom pulse, beating in perfect time with my own. Thump, thump, thump. One mine, one its. The distinction began to blur. Was that my heart I was hearing, or was I hearing its heart? And mine was just matching the rhythm. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the sound was internal, inescapable. It was inside my head, inside my chest. I spent the night like that, a prisoner in a nylon cell, my shotgun mic clutched in a white, knuckled grip. I didn't move. I barely breathed. For hours, the only sounds were the ones my body made, and the flawless, terrifying echo of those sounds from the darkness. It was a form of psychological torture so profound, I felt my sanity begin to fray at the edges. Every involuntary function of my body was being used as a weapon against me. I tried to control my breathing, to make it silent, but the effort only made it louder, more ragged, and the mimicry followed suit. At some point, I must have shifted my weight. The fabric of my pants made a soft swish against the tent floor. Instantly, the sound was returned. Swish. I froze. I tried a new experiment. My mind clinging to the scientific method, like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. I reached out a trembling hand and tapped a slow, deliberate rhythm on the hard plastic casing of my audio mixer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tap, 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 tap. From the woods, the rhythm came back, perfect in its cadence and timbre. It wasn't the sound of a finger on plastic. It was the sound of my finger on my mixer. Tap, 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 tap. It wasn't just mirroring me in real time. It was sampling. It was recording the unique acoustic properties of my actions and recreating them. The implications were staggering. This wasn't a simple mimic. This was an intelligence of a kind I couldn't comprehend. It was an acoustic predator, and it was studying me. As the night wore on, the moon tracing a slow, silver arc across the sky, the nature of the mimicry began to change. It grew more confident, more playful. It started to manipulate the sounds. I would hear the cough from hours earlier, suddenly replayed from a new position to my left. Then, the sound of the zipper from behind me. It was creating its own sound mix, using my life as its source material. It was cutting and pasting the audio of my terror, remixing it into a symphony of fear. It was no longer just a mirror. It was an editor. It was doing to me what I did to films. But this was no illusion. The final straw came just before dawn, in that deep, gray twilight when the world is drained of all color. I hadn't made a sound for what felt like an eternity, my body locked in a paralytic stillness. The mimicry had fallen silent too. A sliver of hope, fragile and foolish, began to rise in my chest. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had grown bored. Then a new sound started. It was quiet at first, a soft, rhythmic scraping. I strained my ears, trying to place it. It wasn't one of my sounds. It was something new. The scraping grew louder, more defined. It was the sound of something being dragged through the dirt and leaves. And then, woven into the scraping, was another sound. A wet, guttural clicking. It was a sound that felt ancient and wrong. A sound that no living creature I knew of should make. It wasn't mimicking me now. It was performing. It was giving me a demo of its own work. And as the first, weak light of morning finally filtered through the trees, I knew I couldn't stay another second. The night was over, but the encounter wasn't. The sun offered no comfort, only the light I needed to see my escape. I had to get out. I had to run. I began to pack my gear, my hands shaking so violently that every movement created a cacophony of new sounds for my tormentor to capture. The decision to leave wasn't a decision at all. It was a biological imperative, as involuntary as a flinch from a hot stove. As the weak, gray light of dawn seeped into the clearing, it didn't bring relief, only illumination for the horror. The world was no longer a place of natural beauty, but a hostile stage, and I was the only actor. Packing was a frantic, clumsy ballad of suppressed noise. My hands, slick with a cold sweat, shook so violently that every action was a betrayal. The metallic click of a pack buckle was a cannon shot. The rustle of my sleeping bag, being stuffed into its sack, was a wildfire. Each sound I made was a gift to my tormentor, a new sample for its library of my terror. I abandoned the tent. Taking it down was an unthinkable luxury of time and noise. I just needed my gear and my life. I hoisted the heavy pack onto my shoulders, the straps groaning under the weight. The sound was immediately broadcast back to me from the trees, a perfect, mocking groan. I didn't have a map for the way back. I only had a direction, away. I plunged into the tree line, moving with a desperate urgency that was just shy of a full-blown run. The mimicry was no longer stationary. It was moving with me. It was a horrifying, invisible partner shadowing my every move. The crunch of my boots on the damp earth, the heavy, rhythmic panting that tore from my lungs, the swish of my nylon pants. It was all there, a perfect stereo accompaniment to my flight. It was no longer just a mirror. It was a mogul sound system of one, playing the soundtrack of my escape in real time, from all around me. It felt like I was wading through the sound of my own panic. Then, the psychological warfare began in earnest. As I scrambled over a moss-covered log, the sound of my tent zipper from the night before, zip, shot out from a thicket to my right. I stumbled, my heart lurching. A few yards later, my own cough, the one that had started this nightmare, echoed from somewhere high in the canopy above me. It was disorienting me, using my own history of fear to unmoor me from the present. It was hurting me, not with physical barriers, but with an auditory cage of my own making. It was playing with its stowed. I pushed on, my mind a maelstrom of terror and a strange, burgeoning rage. This was more than a threat, it was a violation. My existence, my very physical presence in the world, was being plagiarized. Every breath, every footstep, every heartbeat was being stolen, copied, and used against me. The absolute helplessness of it was a poison, and it was pushing me toward a breaking point. I couldn't fight it. I couldn't see it. I couldn't reason with it. But I had to do something. My sanity depended on a single act of agency in a world where all my actions were being rendered meaningless. Through the trees, I saw it, a slight change in the light, a thinning of the undergrowth. The trail, it couldn't have been more than 100 yards away. It was a lifeline, a path back to a world with rules and reason. The sight of it, combined with the relentless, parasitic mimicry, ignited the last of my adrenaline into pure, incandescent rage. My eyes darted around and fell upon a rock half, buried in the damp soil. It was the size of a grapefruit, jagged and heavy. I didn't think. I acted. I ripped it from the earth. The sound of tearing roots and sucking mud loud in my ears. I spun around, facing the direction of my invisible tormentor, and with a guttural scream that was torn from the very core of my being, I hurled the rock as hard as I could into a dense thicket of mountain laurel. The scream was mine. The act was mine. I braced myself, expecting, needing to hear the crash of the rock as it tore through the leaves and slammed into a tree or the forest floor. It would be a sound of my making, an unmimicked punctuation mark to my terror. But the thicket remained utterly, supernaturally silent. My scream died in my throat. The forest held its breath. There was no crash, no rustle, no sound of impact. Then, from the air directly behind me, I heard it. Thud. It was the soft, heavy, unmistakable sound of a rock identical in size and weight to the one I had just thrown, landing on the soft, mossy earth. It landed no more than 5 feet away. I felt the slight vibration of its impact through the soles of my boots. The impossible physics of that moment shattered the last remnants of my rational mind. It hadn't mimicked the sound of the rock landing. It hadn't thrown another rock. It had, somehow, without a sound of passage, without disturbing a single leaf in between, taken the very object of my defiance and placed it behind me. It was a gesture of absolute, contemptuous power. It wasn't just an acoustic mimic. It was something that could warp the physical world, something that treated the laws of physics as mere suggestions. It wasn't just listening from the trees. It was close enough to touch me. I didn't look back. To look back would be to see it, and to see it, I knew, would be to die or go irrevocably insane. I ran. It was no longer an escape, it was a blind, animal flight. I ran without regard for my gear, for my body, for anything but putting distance between myself and that impossible thud. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes. I crashed through the underbrush, my lungs burning. Hot tears of terror streaming down my face. I finally burst onto the main trail, a wide, clear path that felt like the shore of a new continent. I didn't stop. I ran and ran, my pack bouncing agonizingly on my back, until the sounds of the forest were replaced by the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, the distant, cheerful voices of other hikers. I never went back to the clearing. The tent, the sleeping bag, some of my oldest gear. It's all still there, slowly being reclaimed by the forest. I never listened to the recordings. I made that first perfect day. They are tainted, artifacts from a world that no longer exists for me. I'm back in my padded, windowless room now. I build worlds of sound from nothing, from the artificial and the manufactured, and I am grateful for it. This room is no longer a prison, it's a sanctuary, because I know now that some things, some places, are meant to be silent. Some sounds aren't meant to be captured. They are meant to be fled from, and they are meant to be forgotten, if you're lucky. My name is Hattie Morrow. It's a formal name, I suppose. One that seems better suited to a woman in a sepia-toned photograph than a recent geology graduate with a penchant for dusty hiking boots and topographical maps. But it's mine. For my college graduation, a milestone that felt both monumental and oddly anticlimactic, I decided against the typical beach vacation or European backpacking trip. I craved something more elemental. A challenge that was both personal and profound. I wanted to do a solo trip somewhere epic. A place where the earth met the sky in a way that would leave an indelible mark on my soul. After weeks of poring over maps and reading through obscure hiking forums, I chose a spot in the Allegheny Mountains of West Virginia high, grassy bald known to locals as the Eye. The name itself was captivating. It wasn't on most official maps, but the descriptions I found painted a picture of near mythical beauty. A vast, treeless summit, carpeted in thick, wind-swept grass, offering an uninterrupted 360-degree view of the rolling, ancient mountains. I'd read that camping on these exposed balds was a bit unusual. The weather could be unpredictable and violent, and most hikers, creatures of habit and caution, stuck to the designated, sheltered sites nestled deep within the woods below. But I didn't want shelter. I wanted the stars. I wanted to feel the sheer, unadulterated scale of the universe. To feel like I was standing on the very roof of the world, with nothing between me and the cosmos. The hike up was arduous, a grueling 8-mile ascent that tested the limits of my endurance. The trail began in a lush, humid forest teeming with the sounds of life. The chatter of squirrels, the melodic call of unseen birds, the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. But as I gained elevation, the character of the forest began to change. The deciduous trees gave way to dense, dark stands of spruce and fir. The air grew cooler, thinner. The sounds of the lower woods faded, replaced by a profound, almost reverent silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the pine needles and the crunch of my boots on the rocky path. There was a palpable sense of age here, a feeling that these mountains had stood silent witness to millennia of dawns and dusks. It was humbling, and for a time, that feeling was a comfort. I broke through the tree line in the late afternoon, and the sight that greeted me stole my breath away. The bald was exactly as I had imagined, only more so. It was a massive, undulating dome of green and gold, stretching for what seemed like miles. The sky above was a brilliant, cloudless blue. I felt a surge of triumph, a powerful sense of accomplishment that washed away the ache in my muscles. This was it. This was the epic experience I had sought. I marched toward the very center of the massive clearing, hundreds of yards from the nearest tree line, on all sides, and pitched my small, one-person tent. It looked like a tiny, brightly colored toy dropped in the middle of an immense, empty stage. As the sun began its slow descent, the sky exploded with color. Fiery oranges, deep purples, and soft pinks blot into one another, painting the heavens with a masterpiece of fleeting beauty. It was the most spectacular sunset I had ever witnessed, a perfect reward for a perfect day. I sat on a flat rock, sipping water and eating a protein bar, feeling a deep sense of peace settle over me. But as the last sliver of light faded below the jagged horizon, and the world was plunged into the gloaming, a different feeling began to creep in, subtle at first, like a change in the atmospheric pressure. It was a deep, primal unease that had no logical source. I felt, with a sudden and chilling certainty, like I was being watched. It was an absurd notion. I shook my head, a small, dismissive gesture that felt foolish in the vast emptiness. I was utterly alone. The tree line was a distant, dark wall of spruce and fir, a solid, unbroken line against the deepening twilight. There was no one out here. I hadn't seen another soul on the trail all day. There were no other tents, no distant campfires, no flicker of a headlamp in the distance. The silence was absolute, save for the rising moan of the wind. Yet, the feeling was so powerful, so insistent, it was almost a physical pressure against my skin. My heart, which had been beating with a slow, contented rhythm, began to thud against my ribs with a nervous, frantic energy. I pulled my binoculars from my pack, my hands trembling slightly. I raised them to my eyes and began to scan the edge of the forest, methodically, from left to right. The powerful lenses brought the distant trees into sharp focus, revealing the intricate patterns of their bark and the dark, shadowy spaces between their trunks. I scanned every inch of that tree line, searching for a shape, a movement, anything that could explain the unnerving sensation. Nothing. Just the dark, silent shapes of trees, standing like stoic sentinels at the edge of the world. But the feeling didn't go away. In fact, it intensified. It sharpened. The initial vague sense of being observed coalesced into something more specific and far more terrifying. It wasn't the feeling of one person watching me. It wasn't the furtive gaze of a predator, like a bear or a mountain lion. It felt bigger than that. It felt collective. Thought unbidden and terrifying bloomed in my mind. It felt like the entire forest. Every single tree, every looming shadow, every patch of impenetrable darkness had turned its collective, silent attention on my tiny, exposed tent in the middle of the bald. The feeling was ancient, intelligent, and utterly alien. I tried to rationalize it, to fight back the rising tide of panic with logic. I was a scientist, a geologist. I dealt in facts, in observable phenomena. I was alone. It was getting dark, and my mind, susceptible to the power of suggestion and isolation, was playing tricks on me. The wind, I told myself, can sound like whispers. The shadows can play tricks on the eyes. But the explanation felt hollow, a flimsy shield against an overwhelming force. This wasn't just my imagination. This was a tangible presence. The feeling was malevolent, a cold, calculating scrutiny that stripped me bare. I felt like a specimen under a microscope, an intruder pinned to a slide for examination by an unseen, uncaring observer. With a choked sob, I scrambled back from my rock and retreated into the relative safety of my tent, zipping it up tight as if the thin nylon could form a meaningful barrier. But it didn't help. The fabric walls seemed to vanish, offering no psychological comfort whatsoever. I could still feel the weight of that immense, silent gaze pressing in on me from all sides, a suffocating, claustrophobic pressure that made the vast, open space of the bald feel like a tomb. I didn't sleep at all that night. I couldn't. I just lay there in the crushing darkness, wrapped tightly in my sleeping bag, listening to the wind howl and shriek across the exposed summit. Every gust that rattled the tent fabric sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I was paralyzed, listening with an intensity that bordered on madness for any other sound. A footstep, a breaking twig, anything to give the horror a physical form. But there was nothing but the wind and the frantic, desperate beating of my own heart. I lay there for hours, a prisoner in my own fear, convinced with every fiber of my being that had made a terrible, terrible mistake. I had sought to stand on top of the world, to put myself on display for the cosmos. I had succeeded, and the ancient, silent audience of the mountains was not pleased. Dawn arrived not with gentle warmth, but with a harsh, gray light that seemed to do little to dispel the lingering terror of the night. Sleep had been an impossibility. I had spent the long hours in a state of vigilant paralysis, my world reduced to the thin nylon walls of my tent and the monstrous symphony of the wind. The oppressive feeling of being watched had not lessened with the darkness. It had simply changed its texture, becoming a cold, heavy blanket of dread that smothered every rational thought. When the first hint of morning finally illuminated the tent fabric, I felt no relief, only a desperate, frantic urge to flee. I didn't care about the sunrise, the epic views, or the original purpose of my journey. All I wanted was to get off that mountain. Packing up my campsite was a frenzied, clumsy affair. My hands shook so badly I could barely unfasten the clips on my tent poles. My movements were jerky and panicked, my eyes constantly darting towards the distant, silent tree line. The malevolent gaze I had felt all night seemed to have receded with the daylight, but the memory of it was branded into my mind. The air was still and cold, the silence of the bald now feeling less like peace and more like the held breath before a scream. It was as I was rolling up my tent that I first saw them. I nearly missed them, my mind so singularly focused on escape. But a glint of something dark against the dew-kissed grass caught my eye. I knelt, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was a stone, a small, perfectly smooth black river stone. This was impossible. The geology of the bald was all sandstone and shale. A stone like this, worn smooth by water, had no business being here. Then I saw another and another. My eyes followed the pattern, a slow, dawning horror washing over me. The stones had been placed in a perfect, unbroken circle around the spot where my tent had stood. The circle was enormous, at least 30 feet in diameter, with my former campsite at its exact center. Each stone was placed with geometric precision, about a foot apart from the next. There were dozens of them. This wasn't a natural formation. This was deliberate. This was a message. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my adrenaline-fueled haze. Who could have done this? And when? I had been awake all night, listening to every sound. I would have heard someone approaching. The idea of a person, or multiple people, moving with such impossible stealth, constructing this intricate, silent perimeter around me, while I lay terrified just feet away, was more horrifying than any ghost story. It implied an intelligence, a patience, and a purpose that was utterly terrifying. I didn't wait to ponder its meaning. I stuffed the last of my gear into my pack, not bothering to strap it down properly, and began to run, stumbling and gasping, towards the trail that led back down into the woods. Plunging back into the forest offered no comfort. The trees that had seemed majestic and ancient on my ascent now felt like the bars of a cage, closing in around me. The silence that had been reverent was now menacing, thick with unspoken threats. Every snap of a twig under my boots sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. Every rustle of leaves was a phantom footstep just behind me. The feeling of being watched returned, but it was different now. It was no longer the vast, collective gaze of the entire forest. It was focused. It was personal. It was something moving through the trees, keeping pace with me. It was hunting me. Then I heard the sound. It was faint at first, barely distinguishable from the whisper of the wind. It was a low, rhythmic clicking, a dry, chitinous sound that had no place in a West Virginia forest. It wasn't a bird or an insect I recognized. The sound was methodical, almost conversational, and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It would stop for a few minutes, luring me into a false sense of security, only to start again, closer this time. I quickened my pace, my hike devolving into a clumsy, panicked jog. The clicking followed, its rhythm never changing, a relentless, unnatural metronome marking my descent into madness. My mind was a whirlwind of terror. I kept flashing back to the circle of stones, to the impossible silence of their placement. What kind of creature moved without a sound, but announced its presence with that hideous clicking? I risked a glance over my shoulder, my eyes scanning the dense undergrowth. Nothing. Just a chaotic tangle of ferns and shadows. But as I turned my head back to the trail, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision made my blood run cold. To my left, deep within the trees, something impossibly tall and slender was moving parallel to me. It wasn't walking. It was flowing through the forest, a fluid, silent motion that was utterly wrong. It was the color of wet bark and shadow, and for a terrifying second, I saw what looked like a long, pale limb reach out and brush against a tree trunk. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound that was swallowed by the indifferent woods. I didn't look back again. I ran. I ran with the wild, heedless abandon of a prey animal, my lungs burning, tears of terror streaming down my face. My expensive hiking gear bounced and tore, its branches that seemed to reach for me like skeletal arms. The clicking sound was louder now, closer, right behind me. I could almost feel it, a dry, rasping presence at my back. The trail seemed to stretch on forever. The familiar landmarks from my ascent now, twisted into monstrous, unfamiliar shapes. The forest was no longer a place of beauty. It was a living, breathing labyrinth designed to trap me, to keep me for the thing that was pacing me just beyond the veil of sight. After what felt like an eternity of heart-pounding, lung-searing flight, I saw a break in the trees ahead. The trailhead, my car. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through me, giving me a final burst of strength. I burst out of the tree line and into the small, gravel parking lot, the sudden sunlight feeling like a physical blow. I fumbled for my keys, my shaking hands barely able to fit the key into the lock. I threw my pack into the passenger seat, not caring as it landed upside down, spilling its contents. I slammed the door, locked it, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, the sound a beautiful, mechanical roar of salvation. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if anything had followed me out of the woods. I slammed the car into drive and sped away, gravel kicking up behind me, leaving the Allegheny Mountains and their ancient, terrible secrets behind. As I drove, the clicking finally faded. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I would hear it in my nightmares for the rest of my life. The drive down from the mountain was a blur of primal fear. I don't remember the winding roads or the small towns I must have passed through. My entire consciousness was focused on the rearview mirror, my eyes flicking up every few seconds with a morbid, compulsive terror. I was desperate to see nothing but the empty road behind me, yet a darker part of my mind morbidly anticipated seeing a tall, slender shape emerge from the trees and flow onto the asphalt. The engine of my car, which had initially sounded like salvation, now seemed pitifully inadequate, a fragile metal shell against an ancient, unknowable power. The world outside my windows felt distant and unreal, like a poorly projected film. The true reality was the cold, heavy dread that had settled deep within my bones, a permanent souvenir from my time on the eye. I drove for 5 hours straight, not stopping for gas or food, until the sun was high in the sky, and the dense, dark forests of West Virginia had given way to the rolling hills and farmlands of Ohio. Only then did I pull into a brightly lit, sterile-looking gas station. As I stepped out of the car, my legs trembled and nearly gave out from under me. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the glass door. A wild-eyed stranger stared back. My face was pale and smudged with dirt. My hair was a tangled mess filled with leaves and twigs, and my eyes were wide with a terror that felt permanently etched onto my features. A deep, ragged scratch ran down my cheek, a physical reminder of my frantic flight through the woods. The other patrons gave me a wide berth, their expressions a mixture of pity and alarm. I felt like a ghost haunting the edges of a world I no longer belonged to. The days that followed were a waking nightmare. I couldn't sleep for more than an hour at a time before being jolted awake by the memory of the clicking sound, a dry, rhythmic beat that echoed in the silence of my apartment. Sometimes, in my dreams, I was back on the bald, trapped within the silent, perfect circle of black stones, the immense, collective gaze of the forest pressing down on me. Other times, I was running through the woods, the fluid, shadowy figure flowing effortlessly through the trees just at the edge of my vision. I would wake up screaming, drenched in a cold sweat, my heart pounding as if I were still in flight. I tried to talk about it once. I called my best friend, Sarah, my voice shaking so much I could barely form the words. I told her about the feeling of being watched, about the circle of stones. I tried to describe the clicking. She listened patiently, but her response was exactly what I had feared. Hattie, you were alone for 2 days in the middle of nowhere. your mind was just playing tricks on you. You were probably just exhausted and dehydrated. Her voice was kind, but laced with a clinical concern that made me feel even more isolated. How could I explain a terror that defied all logic? How could I make her understand that this wasn't a trick of the mind, but an encounter with something real and malevolent? I never brought it up again. The geologist in me, the rational scientist, refused to let it go. I needed an explanation, a name for the thing that had hunted me. My fear slowly began to curdle into a desperate, obsessive need for answers. I spent weeks chained to my laptop, diving into the deepest, darkest corners of the internet. I searched for local folklore from that specific region of the Allegheny Mountains, cross-referencing old maps with forums dedicated to paranormal encounters and unexplained phenomena. I read countless stories of strange lights, Bigfoot sightings, and ghost stories, but none of them matched the specifics of my experience. They lacked the cold, intelligent malevolence I had felt. My breakthrough, if you can call it that, came from a digitized University Archive of Appalachian History. I found a scanned copy of a book published in the 1930s, a collection of local legends and oral histories, compiled by a forgotten folklorist. Most of it was mundane, but one chapter, titled "The Sentinels of the High Places," made my blood run cold. It described a belief held by some of the most isolated mountain communities, a belief in ancient entities that inhabited the highest, most exposed balds. The folklorist wrote that locals avoided these places, especially at night, believing them to be viewing platforms for these beings. The text described how these entities, which were rarely seen, were known to observe lone travelers from the tree line. It spoke of their unnerving silence and their ability to move without a sound. Then I read a sentence that made me drop my tablet. They are known to communicate through a series of dry, rhythmic clicks, and to mark their territory or their interest with circles of smooth, dark river stones. The author gave them the name the locals used, the Whisper Men, or, in a more archaic dialect, the Glimmer Folk, because of the way they seemed to flicker at the edge of one's vision. But it was the final part of the chapter that shattered the last vestiges of my hope for a rational explanation. The folklorist recounted a story told to him by an old woman, a story about her brother who had gone hunting on a high bald and never returned. A week later, his hunting rifle was found at the edge of his family's property, leaning against the front gate. Next to it was a single, smooth, black river stone. The old woman claimed the Glimmer Folk didn't always kill their prey in the woods. Sometimes, she said, they were collectors. They would mark someone who intrigued them, watch them, learn from them, and then, when they were satisfied, they would come to collect them, no matter how far they had run. The circle of stones wasn't a warning to stay away. It was a claim, a mark of ownership. I live in a city now hundreds of miles from West Virginia. I am surrounded by concrete steel and the constant noise of millions of people. I tell myself I am safe. I tell myself it was just a story, a coincidence. But my scientific mind knows that the geology of that bald makes the presence of those stones a statistical impossibility. My memory knows the sound of that clicking was real. I never go hiking anymore. I avoid quiet places. Sometimes, late at night, when the city finally settles into a low hum, I think I can hear it, faint and distant, just beneath the noise of the traffic. A dry, rhythmic clicking. And sometimes, when I'm walking home, I'll see a flicker of movement in a dark alleyway or a shadowy doorway. Something impossibly tall and slender, just at the edge of my vision. I never look directly at it. I just walk faster. I know I didn't escape that mountain. I was simply released. And I know, with a cold, gut-wrenching certainty, that one day, the collectors will come for what they have marked as their own. My name is Zebulon Vance, a name as old as the mountains I call home. For 30 years, the winding trails and shadowed hollows of the Appalachian range have been more familiar to me than the back of my own hand. I'm not a tourist who comes for the autumn colors, nor am I a weekend warrior with brand new gear. I am a part of this place, or so I've always believed. I've weathered freak summer snowstorms, navigated by the stars when my GPS failed, and faced down everything from territorial black bears to ill-tempered copperheads. I've always held a deep, profound respect for the mountains, but I confess a sliver of pride had taken root in my heart over the decades. I thought I understood their language, their moods, their very soul. I thought there were no surprises left for me here. I was wrong. The day in question began with an almost celestial beauty. I was on a solo trek along a lesser-known ridge near Brown Mountain in North Carolina, a place steeped in folklore and rugged, untamed wilderness. The late autumn air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. A brilliant sun hung in a sky of the purest cobalt blue, and the visibility was extraordinary. From my vantage point, I could see the rolling peaks, layered one upon another, fading into a soft, hazy blue in the distance, the very reason they call them the Blue Ridge Mountains. The world felt solid, real, and utterly knowable. I was in my element, moving with the easy, ground-eating stride of a man who has walked thousands of miles over similar terrain. My pack was light, my spirit was high, and the silence was broken only by the whisper of the wind through the skeletal branches of hickory trees, and then the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the fallen leaves. It was mid-afternoon when the first sign of trouble appeared, and it was so subtle I almost dismissed it. The quality of the light changed. The brilliant sunshine seemed to thin, losing its warmth. The air grew still, and an unusual silence descended, swallowing the gentle sounds of the forest. I paused, scanning the horizon. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky, yet a strange, pearlescent haze was gathering in the valley below me. It wasn't rising like normal mist. It was coalescing, thickening from within, like a thought taking form. Before I could fully process what I was seeing, the fog rolled in. It wasn't a gentle, creeping mist. It was a physical assault. A solid, gray wall surged up the mountainside with unnatural speed, devouring the landscape in its path. One moment I was looking out over 100 miles of wilderness. The next, the world had shrunk to a 10-foot circle of visibility. It was colder, too. A deep, penetrating cold that had nothing to do with the autumn air and everything to do with the clammy touch of the vapor. It clung to my clothes, my skin, my hair smelling of wet stone and something else. Something vaguely metallic and ancient. My first reaction was not fear but annoyance. I was an experienced hiker. I had my map, my compass, and a wealth of knowledge. I pulled out my compass, expecting its familiar, steady needle to point me north. I stared at the device in my palm, my breath catching in my throat. The needle was spinning, not lazily, but with a frantic, useless energy, rotating in a perfect, continuous circle. It was as if the very magnetic poles of the earth had ceased to exist. A jolt, cold and sharp, went through me. This was wrong. This was fundamentally, physically wrong. I tapped the compass case, a foolish, reflexive action. The needle didn't waver from its mad dance. I put it away, my hand trembling slightly. Fine, map and terrain association. I knew this ridge. I knew there was a gentle slope to the west that would lead me down toward a familiar creek bed. I just needed to trust my instincts. I started walking, my steps tentative now. The fog was a disorienting, sensory deprivation chamber. It muffled sound, distorted distances, and played tricks on the eyes. A familiar rock formation looked like a crouching beast. The gnarled trunk of a dead tree became a twisted, beckoning figure. Every sense I had honed over 30 years was being systematically dismantled. The silence was the worst part. It was absolute, a pressure against my eardrums. In the mountains, there is never true silence. There is always the wind, the rustle of a leaf, the call of a bird. But in that fog, there was nothing. It was the silence of a tomb. Hours bled into one another. The sun, which I could no longer see, must have set, because the gray soup around me began to darken into a deep, impenetrable charcoal. The temperature plummeted. My confidence, once a sturdy oak, was now a withered sapling. Panic and emotion I hadn't truly felt in the wilderness, since I was a boy who'd wandered too far from camp, began its insidious crawl up my spine. It started as a cold knot in my stomach, then spread through my limbs, making them feel heavy and clumsy. I was completely, utterly lost. My internal map, the one etched into my mind by decades of experience, was a blank slate. Every direction looked the same. Every step felt like it could be taking me deeper into oblivion or closer to the edge of a ravine. It was in this state of rising terror, shivering and disoriented, that I saw them. At first, I thought my mind was finally breaking. Through the soupy, swirling mist, a pinprick of light appeared. It glowed with a soft, internal luminescence, a warm, golden orange hue. Then another appeared beside it. They were maybe 100 yards away, floating about 10 feet off the ground. They weren't headlights. They were too soft, too ethereal. They weren't flashlights, they didn't cast a beam. They simply existed, two glowing orbs of light, dancing silently in the oppressive darkness. The brown mountain lights. Every local knew the legends. Ghostly torches of Cherokee mothers and wives searching for their men, lost in a great, forgotten battle. The restless spirit of a murdered traveler, forever seeking his way home. Scientists and skeptics offered their own explanations. Swamp gas, atmospheric refractions, car headlights from the valley. I'd always been a pragmatist, leaning toward the scientific explanations, dismissing the ghost stories as charming folklore. But standing there, lost and freezing, with a useless compass in my pocket and a primal fear clawing at my throat, pragmatism seemed like a luxury I could no longer afford. The lights didn't just hover, they moved with a strange, intelligent grace. They would drift apart, then come together, bobbing and weaving, as if in a playful, silent dance. They pulsed, their light brightening and softening with a gentle, rhythmic cadence. Like a slow heartbeat, they seemed to be beckoning, a silent invitation in the suffocating darkness. My rational mind screamed at me. It was a trick of the fog. It was an illusion born of desperation. But another, deeper part of me, the part that was cold and lost and terrified, saw something else. It saw a guide. It saw a potential way out. It saw hope. And against every instinct for self-preservation I had ever learned, I took a step toward them. That first step was the hardest I've ever taken. It was a betrayal of a lifetime of learning, a conscious decision to surrender my logic to a folktale. Every fiber of my being, every lesson the wilderness had ever taught me, screamed in silent protest. Don't chase things you don't understand in the dark. But the cold had seeped into my bones, and the fear was a physical weight in my gut. Hope, even in the form of two spectral, dancing lights, was a temptation I was too weak to resist. I pushed aside the screaming voice of reason and took another step, and then another, my eyes locked on the gentle, hypnotic glow of the orbs. The ground beneath my feet was immediately treacherous. The smooth, leaf-strewn trail I had been on was gone, replaced by a chaotic jumble of rock and tangled roots. It was an ankle-breaking landscape that, in the light of day, I would have navigated with meticulous care or avoided altogether. But the lights didn't seem to care. They floated onward with an effortless grace, their soft luminescence illuminating nothing but themselves. They cast no shadows and shed no significant light on my path. I was effectively walking blind, guided only by their position. My world was reduced to 3 points of reference: my own 2 stumbling feet and the twin lights that danced ahead. I quickly fell into a strange, nightmarish rhythm. Scramble, stumble, catch my balance, and push forward. My hands, raw and cold, were scraped by unseen rocks as I steadied myself. Thorny vines, invisible in the gloom, snagged at my clothes and tore at my skin. The silence I had lamented earlier was now filled with the harsh sounds of my own struggle, my ragged, gasping breaths, the frantic hammering of my heart, and the sickening scrape and crunch of my boots on the unstable ground. Yet, through it all, the lights remained silent. Their movement was the only thing in this universe that seemed to have any grace. They seemed to be playing with me. Sometimes they would drift far ahead, their glow shrinking until they were mere pinpricks, forcing me to quicken my pace into a desperate, clumsy jog. My lungs burned from the cold air and the exertion. Then, just as I felt I would lose them entirely, they would stop and wait, pulsing gently as if in encouragement, allowing me to close the distance before they began their silent ballad once more. At one point, they separated, one floating high into the air, while the other dipped low, weaving between trees I could feel but not see. It was a mesmerizing, terrifying display. I felt like a mouse being toyed with by a pair of ghostly, luminous cats. Time ceased to have meaning. Was it an hour I had been following them? Or 3? The darkness was absolute, the fog a constant, suffocating presence. My initial fear began to morph into something else, something more insidious. A strange sense of detachment washed over me. The pain from my cuts and bruises, the burning in my muscles, the biting cold. It all seemed to be happening to someone else. My entire consciousness was focused on the lights, a singular, obsessive purpose. Keep walking. Don't lose the lights. The thought repeated itself in my mind, a mantra against the encroaching madness. I began to wonder about their nature. Were they truly the spirits of Cherokee women? Was I treading on the site of that ancient, bloody battle? The metallic scent in the fog, which I had noticed earlier, seemed stronger now. I imagined the ground beneath my feet being soaked in the blood of fallen warriors, their spirits still tied to this ridge. Or was it something else? Something older than any human tragedy. The mountains themselves are ancient, their secrets buried deep in rock and shadow. Perhaps the lights were a manifestation of the mountain's own consciousness, an intelligence far beyond my comprehension. The thought was both terrifying and strangely comforting. To be a witness to such a primal force would be a thing of awe, even if it led to my own destruction. A new sound began to penetrate the fog, so faint at first that I thought it was the blood rushing in my ears. It was a low, intermittent scraping sound. Scrape, drag, scrape. It didn't sound like any animal I knew. It was heavy, rhythmic. It seemed to be coming from somewhere behind me, echoing my own clumsy progress. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped when I did. My blood ran cold. Was something else out here with me? Was it following me, or was it, too, following the lights? I didn't dare turn around. I didn't want to see what might be emerging from the mist behind me. The fear, which had been a dull throb, returned with a vengeance, sharp and piercing. I quickened my pace, my falls becoming more frequent, my movements more frantic. The scraping sound resumed, keeping a steady distance. The lights seemed to sense my renewed panic. They picked up their pace, leading me on a reckless chase up a steep, rocky incline. I was no longer just walking, I was climbing, my fingers clawing for purchase on wet, moss-covered stone. My pack felt like it weighed a ton, threatening to pull me backward into the abyss. Loose scree shifted under my boots, sending a cascade of pebbles clattering down into the unseen depths below. The scraping sound was closer now, more defined. It was the sound of rock dragging on rock. Just as my strength was about to give out, my muscles screaming in protest, and my mind fraying at the edges, the lights came to a halt. They hovered together, brighter than they had been before, pulsing with a steady, intense light. I hauled myself over a final ledge, collapsing onto a flat, level surface, my body trembling with exhaustion and terror. I lay there for a moment, gasping for air, my face pressed against the cold, damp stone. The scraping sound had stopped. For a brief, blissful moment, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing. I had made it. The lights had led me to safety. Slowly, shakily, I pushed myself up. And then the world fell away. Just as suddenly as it had appeared, the fog broke. It didn't dissipate, it was torn open, as if a great curtain had been ripped aside. A vast, gaping hole in the mist revealed the night sky above. A breathtaking tapestry of stars, so clear and bright they looked like chips of ice. And below me, illuminated by the cold starlight, was the ground. I was standing on the very edge of a sheer cliff face. Not a steep slope, not a ravine, but a vertical drop of at least 1,000 feet into the black, silent heart of the Linville Gorge. My toes were inches from the edge. One more step, the one I had been about to take in my relief, would have sent me plunging into nothingness. My heart, which had been hammering against my ribs, seemed to stop altogether. A wave of vertigo and nausea washed over me. I scrambled backward on all fours, away from the terrifying emptiness, my mind struggling to comprehend the scene. The lights, the beautiful, mesmerizing lights I had been following with such desperate faith, were still there. They were dancing merrily out over the empty abyss, cavorting in the space where solid ground should have been. They had not led me to safety. They had led me to my death. They had been toying with me all along. As I stared, paralyzed with a terror more profound than any I had ever known, the two orbs came together. They pulsed once, a final, brilliant flash of golden light that seemed to burn itself onto my retinas. It felt like a gesture of farewell, a final, mocking bow. And then, one by one, leaving me in the sudden, crushing darkness, the fog, its purpose served, silently closed back in, erasing the stars and the terrifying view of the cliff edge, leaving me utterly alone in the dark. My heart a frantic drum against my ribs, just feet from a death I had so eagerly, so trustingly, chased. For a long time I didn't move. I couldn't. My body was locked in a state of pure, primal terror, my mind a swirling vortex of disbelief and horror. The fog, now thick and absolute once more, pressed in on me from all sides, a cold, damp shroud that muffled the world and isolated me with the frantic, rabbit-like thumping of my own heart. The image of the cliff edge, just inches from my feet, was burned into my brain. The mocking, final pulse of the lights was a searing brand on my memory. They hadn't just led me astray, they had tried to murder me. They had played with me, lured me with a promise of salvation, and led me to the altar of 1,000-foot drop. I remained crouched on all fours, my knuckles digging into the cold stone, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. Every instinct screamed at me to get away from the edge, but my mind was a traitor, whispering that any movement could be the wrong one. In this total, impenetrable blackness was the cliff edge to my left, my right, behind me. The vertigo I'd felt when the fog broke returned with a vengeance. The solid ground beneath me felt like a tilting platform suspended over an infinite void. To move was to gamble with gravity, and I had no chips left to play. So I stayed put, a frozen statue of fear, as the profound, soul-deep cold of the mountain night began its work. And then I heard it again. Scrape, drag, scrape. The sound was back. The thing that had been following me through the rocks and thorns was here. The brief, blissful silence had been a mere intermission. My blood, which had already turned to ice, somehow grew colder. Before, it had been behind me, a pursuer in a chase. But now, I was stationary, a sitting target. The sound was slow, deliberate, and closer than before. It was circling me. I could hear it moving off to my right. The sound of heavy stone dragging across the rocky ground, then fading slightly as it moved away, only to grow louder as it completed its circuit on my left. It was taking its time. It was inspecting me. My breath hitched in my throat, each inhale a painful, shallow gasp. I squeezed my eyes shut, as if not seeing would make me invisible. It was a child's logic, but it was all I had left. The metallic scent was overpowering now, thick in the air with the smell of damp earth and ozone. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was 1,000 times more terrifying than the noise it replaced. I could feel it. I don't know how, but I could feel its presence in the fog. A pocket of deeper cold, a weight in the atmosphere. It was near. It was right in front of me. I felt a subtle vibration through the rock, the kind of tremor you feel when something immense shifts its weight nearby. A puff of air, colder than the surrounding mist and carrying a scent of deep earth and decay, washed over my face. It was breathing, or doing something that passed for breathing. I was going to die. Here, on this forgotten ledge. I was going to be killed by something I couldn't even see. I thought of my life. The 30 years I'd walked these mountains with arrogant confidence, and it all seemed like a joke. The punchline was me, shivering in the dark, waiting for the end. Something touched my pack. It wasn't a grab or a swipe. It was a slow, heavy pressure, a deliberate touch of exploration. I felt the nylon of my pack depress under the weight. I imagined a claw, a hand, an appendage of living stone. I let out a sound, a pathetic whimper, that was swallowed instantly by the fog. I was rigid, every muscle in my body screaming, waiting for the tearing, the crushing, the final, violent act. And then the pressure was gone. The scraping sound resumed, but it was different now. It was moving away. Scrape, drag, scrape. Each sound was fainter than the last, until it finally faded into the oppressive silence of the fog, leaving me alone once more. It had inspected me, touched me, and for reasons I will never comprehend, it had let me live. I don't know how long I remained there, locked in that terrified crouch. It felt like an eternity. I did not sleep. I did not move. I simply existed, a bundle of frayed nerves, listening to the beating of my own heart, waiting for the sun. The night was a long, cold, waking nightmare. The first hint of dawn was not a light, but a subtle shift in the quality of the darkness. The absolute black softened to a deep gray. Slowly, painstakingly, the world began to resolve itself out of the mist. Shapes emerged from the gloom. First the rock I was huddled on, then the twisted silhouettes of stunted, wind-blasted pines growing from cracks in the stone. The fog began to thin, not with the violent tearing of the night before, but with a gentle, natural dissipation, rising in soft tendrils toward a brightening sky. And I saw. I was on a wide ledge, perhaps 20 feet across, and just as I remembered, not 10 feet from where I had spent the night, the world simply ended. The cliff edge was a sharp, brutal line against the swirling mist of the gorge below. I could see the path I had taken, a treacherous, narrow track of loose scree and jagged rock that no sane person would ever attempt, let alone in the dark. I saw my own footprints in the damp earth, and alongside them, I saw another set of tracks. They weren't footprints. They were deep, gouged furrows in the rock and soil, as if someone had dragged two immensely heavy, sharpened plows in a walking gait. The tracks circled the spot where I had huddled all night, and then led away, back into the unforgiving terrain. The sight of the sun cresting the far ridge was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. It was a promise of life, a reprieve from the darkness and its horrors. Shaking with cold and exhaustion, I got to my feet. Every muscle ached. My body was a road map of cuts and bruises. I drank the last of my water, ate a crushed energy bar without tasting it, and found my compass. The needle was steady now, pointing resolutely north. The journey back took the entire day. In the clear light, I could see the full extent of the madness of my night. Time chase. I saw ravines I had skirted by inches, crossed game trails that ended in sheer drops, and navigated fields of ankle, breaking rock I had scrambled over blindly. It was a miracle I was alive. It was a path of certain death that I had followed with the faith of a child. I stumbled out of the woods just after dusk, emerging onto a quiet country road like a ghost from another world. When I finally got home, I looked at myself in the mirror. It was my face, but my eyes were different. The confidence was gone. The easy, going pride of the veteran outdoorsman had been scarred away, replaced by the haunted, hollow look of someone who has stared into the abyss and seen something stare back. I don't hike on Brown Mountain anymore. I still love these mountains, but my relationship with them has changed. The respect I always had is now mingled with a deep and abiding fear. I know now that we are merely guests here, tolerated visitors in a place with secrets far older and deeper than any human mind can grasp. I don't know what those lights were. Were they spirits, an atmospheric phenomenon, or were they something else? A malevolent intelligence that finds sport in luring arrogant fools like me to their doom. And what was the thing that followed me? The thing that scraped and dragged its way through the darkness, the thing that touched me and let me go. I don't have any answers. All I have is the memory of the dancing lights, the terror of the cliff edge, and the certain knowledge that we are not alone in the ancient, shadowed places of the world. My name is Clara Thorne. It's a name that has always felt solid, dependable, rooted in the earth. Much like the person I've always strived to be. For 15 years, I've worked as a field geologist, a job that takes me to the quiet, forgotten corners of the world. Places where the earth speaks in a language of strata and stone rather than traffic and tweets. I've always found more comfort in the stoic silence of an ancient mountain range than in the clamor of a crowded city. The wilderness was never something to be conquered or feared. It was a place of profound truth, a sanctuary. At least, that's what I believed before my trip to the Great Smoky Mountains. The hike was meant to be a reset. After a grueling 6-month project in the arid landscapes of Utah, I craved the lush, suffocating green of the Appalachians. I needed the humidity, the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves, the symphony of a forest teeming with life. I planned a 5-day solo loop, a challenging but familiar route I'd partially covered years ago. Solo hiking wasn't new to me. I was meticulous, over-prepared, and respected the unwritten laws of the trail with an almost religious reverence. Leave no trace wasn't just a guideline for me, it was a moral code. Day 3 found me at the base of a ridge known colloquially as the Devil's Staircase. The name was fitting. The trail map showed a tortuous series of switchbacks, a tightly coiled snake of a path that ascended nearly 2,000 feet in just over a mile. The air was thick and heavy, a wet blanket I had to push through with every step. My pack, which had felt like a part of me for the past 2 days, now seemed determined to pull me backward, to anchor me to the spot. My quadriceps were screaming, a fiery protest with each upward lunge. I paused, leaning heavily on my trekking poles, my breath coming in ragged, steamy bursts in the cool mountain air. I tipped my head back, squinting up the impossibly steep incline. Through a break in the dense canopy of hickory and poplar, I could see at the trail. It was a pale, earthy ribbon cutting across the slope, not more than 100 vertical feet above me. To get there by following the marked path would mean another 30 minutes of agonizing, zigzagging ascent. But a direct line. It was a scramble, for sure, but it would take 5 minutes, maybe 10. The thought entered my mind like a poison. Just cut through. I dismissed it instantly. It was a rookie mistake, a flagrant violation of everything I stood for as an outdoorswoman. Cutting switchbacks causes erosion, damages fragile ecosystems, and scars the landscape. It was lazy, arrogant, and disrespectful. I took a long swig from my water bottle, the lukewarm liquid doing little to quench the burning in my throat or my legs. I could hear the scolding voice of my first mentor, a grizzled old ranger named Sully, echoing in my head. The trail gives you a path for a reason, Clara. You think you know better than the mountain. No, I didn't. But as I stood there, sweat dripping into my eyes and a wave of utter soul, deep exhaustion washing over me, a different voice, a more insidious one, whispered back, "What's the harm, just this once? No one is here to see. The mountain won't even notice. It's just a few steps." I looked up again. The distance seemed even shorter now, a tempting, illicit promise of relief. My patience, worn thin by 3 days of relentless hiking, and the solitude that was beginning to feel less like peace and more like a weight, finally snapped. "Just this once," I muttered aloud, the words tasting like a betrayal on my tongue. The decision made, a strange sense of defiant energy surged through me. I unclipped my poles, collapsing them and strapping them to my pack. I needed my hands free. Pushing off the manicured safety of the trail felt like stepping into a different world. The ground was soft and loamy, giving way under my boots. I had to use my hands, grabbing onto exposed roots that felt like the gnarled knuckles of sleeping giants and sharp, edged rocks that bit into my palms. The smell of freshly disturbed earth filled my nostrils, raw and potent. Leaves and twigs clung to my clothes, and a spider web, invisible moments before, broke across my face, its sticky strands a ghostly caress. It was a messy, graceless, and brutal ascent. It was everything the trail was not. After what felt like an eternity of clawing my way upward, my hand closed around a thick root at the edge of the upper path. I hauled myself over the lip, collapsing onto the trail in a heap of labored breaths and trembling muscles. For a moment, I just lay there, my cheek pressed against the cool, compacted dirt, a profound wave of relief washing over me. I had done it. The shortcut was behind me. I pushed myself to my feet, brushing the dirt and leaf litter from my pants. And that's when the first prickle of wrongness touched me. It wasn't a thought, not yet, but a feeling. A deep, instinctual sense that something was out of alignment. The trail looked the same, a well-defined path flanked by the familiar sentinels of the forest. But it felt sterile. I took a few tentative steps. The white blaze marks, the painted rectangles on the trees that guide hikers, seemed impossibly bright. They didn't look like paint. They had been weathered by sun and rain. They looked like they were lit from within, glowing with a soft, clean, clinical light against the dark bark. I reached out and touched one. The surface was smooth, flawless, with no drips or imperfections. Then I noticed the trees. The hickories, the poplars, the oaks, they were all there, the correct species for this elevation. But their placement was bizarre. They were arranged in subtle, repeating patterns. A tall oak, followed by 2 slender poplars, then a thick hickory. 50 feet down the trail, the same pattern repeated. Oak, 2 poplars, hickory. It was too perfect, too deliberate. Forests are chaotic, a beautiful, random mess of growth and decay. This was a garden, a museum exhibit. A knot of anxiety began to tighten in my stomach. I told myself I was just tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. I picked up my pace, wanting to put distance between myself and this growing sense of unease. I walked for what I estimated to be 10 minutes, my boots making soft, rhythmic thuds on the path. I passed a large, distinctively shaped boulder on my left. It was a mass of granite that, from a certain angle, looked uncannily like a snarling dog, its stony muzzle pointed toward the sky. The image was so striking that I paused for a second to admire it before moving on. I kept walking, pushing the strange observations from my mind. The trail curved gently to the right, and I followed it, my eyes now scanning the woods with a nervous energy I couldn't shake. The trees continued their unnatural, repeating sequence. And then, up ahead, on my left, I saw it again. The snarling dog boulder. My blood ran cold. It wasn't a similar boulder. It was the same boulder. The same dark fissure that formed the snarling lip. The same patch of moss growing over its left. It was impossible. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart beginning to hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. I must have gotten turned around. But how? The path was a single, straight line. There were no forks, no intersecting trails. I turned and looked back the way I came. The path stretched out behind me, clear and unambiguous. There was no loop. There was no way I could have circled back. With a growing sense of dread, I turned and forced myself to walk forward again. Faster this time. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation, a geological anomaly, a bizarre coincidence of rock formations. A few minutes later, I passed it again, and then again. My heart was now a frantic drumbeat in the deafening silence. And that's when I finally realized the second thing that was profoundly wrong. The silence. The constant, vibrant chorus of the forest. The chirping birds, the buzzing insects, the rustle of a squirrel in the undergrowth was gone. Completely. The air was utterly still and dead. It was like being inside a photograph, a perfect, soundproof replica of the trail. I was walking in a straight line. I was sure of it, but I was stuck. Trapped in a seamless, repeating segment of the world. Panic, cold and sharp, began to rise in my throat. I looked around wildly, my eyes darting from the two. Bright blazes to the unnaturally ordered trees to the mocking, recurring shape of the stone dog. This wasn't the trail. When I had pushed my way up that steep incline, I hadn't just taken a shortcut. I had stepped off the map. I had walked into a different place entirely. A place that looked like the Great Smoky Mountains, but wasn't. A place that was watching me, mocking me with its flawless, silent, repeating geometry. And I was all alone. Time, as a concept, dissolved. Did I stand there for 10 seconds or 10 minutes, frozen in the grip of that silent, looping path? I don't know. My first coherent thought was an animalistic command: run. But where? To run forward was to knowingly run in a circle, a hamster on a wheel built by a malevolent god. To turn back was to face the same repeating landscape, just in reverse. The sheer absurdity of it was a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. My mind, the analytical, geological mind that saw the world in logical processes and predictable outcomes, was short-circuiting. A wave of nausea and vertigo swept over me. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing the heels of my palms into them, hoping that when I opened them, the world would have reset itself. I imagined the comforting, chaotic randomness of the real forest returning. I imagined the sound of a chickadee, the drone of a cicada, anything. When I opened my eyes, nothing had changed. The silence was a solid wall. The trees stood in their perfect, unnatural formation. The trail stretched before me, a sterile corridor. And somewhere up ahead, I knew the snarling dog Boulder was waiting for me. Again. No, I whispered, the sound swallowed by the dead air. No, this isn't real. Dehydration, exhaustion, a low blood sugar-induced hallucination. I'd read the wilderness survival manuals. I knew the tricks the mind could play. I fumbled with the buckle on my pack's hip belt, my fingers clumsy and numb. I shrugged the pack off, letting it fall to the ground with a soft thud. I pulled out my water bladder and drank deeply, then forced down a dense, tasteless energy bar, chewing mechanically. I sat on my pack, forcing myself to regulate my breathing, to think like a scientist. Observe. Hypothesize. Test. Observation. I am on a section of trail that appears to be a geographically contained loop. Despite its linear appearance, auditory stimuli are absent. Visual patterns are unnaturally repetitive. Hypothesis. This is a neurological event, not an external reality. My brain is stuck, creating a feedback loop from a single moment of sensory input. Test. I needed to introduce a new, undeniable variable. If I changed something in the environment, and it was still changed when I looped back around, Then the environment was real, and I was truly trapped. If the change was gone, it was a hallucination. My eyes fell on the smooth, dark bark of a nearby hickory tree. With trembling hands, I unstrapped my geology hammer from the side of my pack. Its weight felt solid, real. A comfort in this place of flawless artifice. I walked to the tree, the one that always appeared, just before the snarling dog boulder. I lifted the hammer. The act felt like a profound desecration, a violation of both the leave no trace principles I held so dear and the sterile perfection of this place. I swung, putting all my fear and frustration into the blow. The pick end of the hammer bit deep into the wood, sinking a good 2 inches into the trunk. I had to wrench it back and forth to pull it free, leaving a raw, gaping wound in the bark, a pale scar of exposed wood. It was an ugly, definitive mark. My mark. Then I began to walk. My heart pounded with a new kind of dread, the fear of knowing. I walked past the spot where the boulder should be, and there it was, its granite muzzle fixed in its silent snarl. I kept my eyes forward, my pace steady. I counted my steps, 100, 300. The trail began its gentle curve, 400, 500. I could see the hickory tree up ahead. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. There was no gash. I ran to it, my hands flying over the bark. It was perfect. Smooth, dark, and utterly unbroken. There was no sign of the hammer strike, no hint of a scar, no splintered wood. It was as if my act of violent defiance had never happened. The place hadn't just reset, it had erased me. It had healed itself, rejecting my presence, my reality. The hypothesis was wrong. This wasn't in my head. This place was real, and it had rules. Rules I couldn't comprehend. The panic returned, a tidal wave this time, and I screamed. It was a raw, ragged sound torn from the depths of my soul, but the silence of the forest consumed it instantly. There was no echo. My scream simply vanished as if it had never been. I was in a vacuum. A bell jar. And something was on the other side of the glass watching. That feeling, the certainty of being observed, was the next stage of the horror. It settled over me slowly, a creeping chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. The silence was not empty, it was expectant. The stillness was not peaceful, it was poised. Every tree, every rock, every unnaturally glowing blaze felt like an eye. The entire forest was a single, conscious entity, and I was a microbe under its microscope. It wasn't angry. It wasn't malicious. It was curious. It was studying me. And it was toying with me. I started walking again, this time with a frantic, desperate energy. I passed the boulder, walked the curve, passed the boulder again, and again. With each loop, my sanity frayed a little more, and with each loop I began to notice things. Tiny, deliberate changes. The third time I passed the boulder, was the snarl a little wider. The fourth time did patch of moss on its look less like moss and more like a cataract, a milky film over a dead eye. I started talking to myself, my voice a desperate, continuous murmur against the oppressive quiet. My name is Clara Thorne. I am a geologist. I am 34 years old. I live in Asheville. I recited facts, geological eras, the names of rock formations, anything to anchor myself to the world I knew, the world of logic and reason. But this place chipped away at that anchor. On the 7th loop, or was it the 8th? The 10th. One of the white blazes on the trees flickered as I passed, like a fluorescent light bulb about to burn out. On the next loop, the flicker was gone, but the air, for just a single second, carried a scent. It was a cloying, metallic smell, like old blood and rust. Then it vanished. I was being played with. This place, this thing was learning. It was taking my fear and reflecting it back at me in subtle, terrifying ways. It knew the boulder unnerved me, so it changed it. It knew the silence was breaking me, so it introduced a new, horrifying scent. What would be next? The thought of spending a night here, of the sun setting on this repeating purgatory, was unbearable. What would the loop look like in the dark? Would the blazes glow brighter? Would the boulder's shape shift into something else entirely in the moonlight? I couldn't find out. I wouldn't. My mind went back to the moment it all began. The scramble up the slope. The decision to leave the path. I had broken a rule of my world and stepped into this one. Perhaps the only way out was to break the rules of this world. The path was the trap. The loop was the cage. As long as I stayed on it, I was its prisoner, subject to its whims. I stopped at the point in the loop, just before the healed hickory tree, the spot where I had clawed my way up from the real world. I looked down the steep incline. It was a chaotic, tangled mess of undergrowth, roots, and rocks. It was wild, unpredictable, and dangerous. It was everything this place was not. It was my only chance. To stay on the path was a guarantee of madness. To plunge back down that slope was a gamble. It could lead back to the real trail, to the world of birdsong and consequences. Or it could lead to the heart of whatever this place was, to something even worse. I stood on the edge, my body trembling, my mind a maelstrom of terror and a tiny, defiant spark of hope. I took a deep breath, the silent air offering no comfort. Then, closing my eyes, I threw myself sideways, off the perfect trail and into the chaotic, waiting unknown below. The fall was not a fall so much as a violent, uncontrolled tumble. There was no ground, only a chaotic succession of impacts. My body was rag, dulled through a brutal gauntlet of nature's rawest elements. Branches whipped at my face, leaving stinging cuts. Rocks scraped and tore at my clothes and skin. My shoulder slammed into the trunk of a tree, sending a bolt of white, hot pain through my arm. The world was a spinning, green, and brown blur, a sensory overload that was the polar opposite of the silent, sterile world I had just fled. For one terrifying moment I thought, this is worse. I've made a mistake. I'm just dying in a different way. But this pain was real. The sting of the cuts, the deep ache in my shoulder, the coppery taste of blood in my mouth from biting my tongue. It was all gloriously, horribly real. This was the chaos of consequence, not the perfection of a trap. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. I was ejected from the undergrowth, tumbling end over end, before landing in a crumpled heap on the soft, forgiving earth of a familiar path. I lay there, face down, for a long time. My pack, a dead weight on my back, pressed me into the dirt. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest, but it was the sound that brought tears to my eyes. A symphony, the frantic buzzing of a bee near my ear, the cheerful, complex song of a winter wren, the rustle of leaves somewhere in the woods to my left, probably a squirrel. The sounds washed over me, a baptism of normalcy, cleansing the terrifying, profound silence from my memory. I sobbed not with sadness or fear, but with a relief so profound it felt like my soul was being wrung out. The sounds were proof. I was back. I was on the lower switchback, the very one I had abandoned in my moment of exhausted impatience. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up. My body was a roadmap of angry red scratches and deepening bruises. My left arm hung limply at my side, a dull, throbbing ache radiating from the shoulder. I shrugged off my pack, wincing, and did a quick self-assessment. Nothing seemed broken, though my shoulder was likely sprained. I was alive. I was free. But something was wrong. The relief was already beginning to curdle, replaced by a new, more insidious fear. I looked back up the steep incline I had just tumbled down. It was just a hill, a steep, densely wooded slope. There was no sign of the sterile path, no hint of the glowing blazes or the unnaturally ordered trees. It looked completely, utterly normal. Had I imagined it all? Was it truly just a hallucination brought on by fatigue? My eyes scanned the ground around me, and I saw it. Lying half, hidden in the leaves was my geology hammer. It must have been ripped from my pack during the fall. I picked it up, and my blood ran cold for the second time that day. The pick end of the hammer was clean. Perfectly clean. There was no trace of wood, no splinter, no sap from the hickory tree I had so violently attacked. It was as if it had never struck anything at all. It was real. The place had not only healed its own wound, but it had cleansed the weapon that inflicted it. The knowledge settled in my gut like a lead weight. I hadn't escaped. I had been released, dismissed. The entity, the consciousness of that place, had finished its study, its game, and had spit me back out. The thought was infinitely more terrifying than being trapped. To be a prisoner is one thing, to be a plaything, discarded when the game grows boring, is another entirely. I didn't camp that night. The thought of the sun setting, of being alone in the dark with the memory of what lay just 100 feet up the slope, was unthinkable. I scrambled to my feet, shouldered my pack with a groan of pain, and began to hike. It was no longer a journey of discovery or a challenge to be overcome. It was a retreat, a flight. The forest was no longer my sanctuary. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into unnatural shapes. The familiar patterns of bark on the trees seemed to resolve into watching eyes. I flinched at every snap of a twig, my head whipping around, expecting to see a perfect tree or a snarling boulder. The wilderness, which had always felt like a place of profound, honest truth, now felt like a thin veneer stretched over something incomprehensible and ancient. I realized that I had never been in a truly wild place before. I had been in parks, in managed nature preserve-marked trails, and predictable ecosystems. But I had stepped off that path, and I had seen what lay beneath. My 5-day hike became a frantic, one-day and one-night forced march. I didn't stop. I hiked through the dusk, the world turning to shades of gray and black. I hiked by the narrow beam of my headlamp, the small circle of light creating a claustrophobic, moving bubble of safety in the vast, menacing darkness. I ignored the pain in my shoulder, the fire in my legs, the exhaustion that was so complete it felt like a part of my being. Fear was a more potent fuel than any energy bar. When I finally stumbled out of the trailhead and into the gravel parking lot the next morning, I looked like a refugee from a war zone. I was covered in dirt and blood. My clothes were torn, and my eyes were wide with a terror that no amount of sleep could erase. A couple just starting their day hike stared at me, their cheerful "good morning" dying on their lips. I didn't respond. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get the key in the lock. I drove for an hour before I felt safe enough to pull over. I sat in my car on the side of a busy highway, the roar of trucks a comforting, man-made thunder, and I finally allowed myself to break down completely. I never filed a report. What would I have said? that I got lost on a trail that didn't exist, that the forest erased a mark I made. They would have sent me for a psychiatric evaluation. Sometimes I still think I need one. It's been 2 years since that day. The cuts and bruises have healed, and my shoulder eventually recovered. But the scars on my mind are still fresh. I haven't been back to the wilderness. I don't think I ever can. My job as a field geologist feels like a ghost of a former life. How can I study the earth when I know how thin the skin of our reality is? How can I find comfort in stone when I've seen a stone that watches you back? I live with a quiet, persistent dread. Sometimes I'll see a pattern in the tiles on a floor, or the bricks in a wall, and my heart will start to pound. I'll feel the silence of that place pressing in on me. I know what I did. I broke the rules. I stepped off the path, and in doing so, I saw that the world we think we know is just a carefully curated trail, and that all around us, in the places we aren't meant to see, a different, older, and infinitely stranger wilderness lies waiting. It is patient, it is silent, and it is always there, just one shortcut away. My name is Ira, though on the trail, most people knew me by a name I'd picked up back in Georgia. Atlas. It was a bit of a joke, stemming from my insistence on carrying a ridiculously oversized, hard copy map of the entire eastern seaboard, but it stuck. I'd been a cartographer for a small firm in Philadelphia for 12 years, a job that involved staring at satellite images and digital elevation models until my eyes burned. The irony of spending my days mapping the world from a desk chair wasn't lost on me. I yearned to feel the contours of the land under my own feet, to trade the sterile glow of a monitor for the unfiltered light of the sun. So I quit. I packed my life into a 65-liter pack and set my sights on the Appalachian Trail, a 200-mile pilgrimage from Georgia to Maine. By the time I reached Pennsylvania, I was no longer a novice. My body was lean and hard, my skin tanned to the color of worn leather, and my mind had adapted to the rhythm of the trail walk. Eat, sleep, repeat. I'd seen sunrises that could make a man weep, and endured climbs that made my lungs feel like they were full of broken glass. I had grown to love the solitude, the profound quiet of the deep woods that was a balm to my city, frayed nerves. But Pennsylvania was different. They call it Rocksylvania for a reason. The trail transformed from a friendly dirt path into a brutal, ankle-twisting gauntlet of jagged rocks and boulders. It was a rugged, unforgiving section that demanded constant attention, and it had a way of wearing you down, not just physically, but mentally. The forests here felt older, darker, and less welcoming than the rolling hills of Virginia or the misty peaks of the Smokies. It was on one such demanding afternoon that the sky began to turn on me. The day had been oppressively humid, the air thick and still, clinging to my skin like a wet shroud. The light filtering through the dense canopy of oak and maple took on a sickly, greenish, yellow hue. The birds fell silent. I could feel the barometric pressure dropping in my bones, an old woodsman's trick my grandfather had taught me. A low, distant rumble, more felt than heard, confirmed my suspicions. A storm was coming, and it was going to be a nasty one. I checked my map, my real map, not the comically large one, and saw that one of the old, three-sided wooden shelters that dot the AT was less than a mile ahead. Pushing my pace, I scrambled over the rocks, the first fat drops of rain beginning to splatter on the stones around me, sizzling like water on a hot skillet. I made it to the shelter just as the heavens opened up, The rain came down not in drops, but in solid, wind-driven sheets, blurring the world into a wash of gray and green. Thunder cracked overhead with a concussive force that vibrated through the wooden floorboards, and lightning bleached the forest in stark, momentary flashes. The shelter was a crude but welcome refuge. It was a simple lean-to constructed of heavy, dark timbers, with a slightly slanted roof and a raised wooden platform for sleeping. It smelled of damp earth, wet wood, and the faint, musty scent of countless hikers who had passed through before me. The inside walls were a living document, a chaotic tapestry of names, dates, and trail names carved into the wood over decades. Glimmer, Pace, Arrow 98, 2 tents and a dog. Each name was a ghost, a whisper of a journey completed or abandoned. I shrugged off my heavy pack, my shoulders screaming in relief, and leaned it against the back wall. I unrolled my sleeping bag and pad, claiming a spot on the far right. The roar of the storm was deafening, a constant, elemental fury. To pass the time and distract myself from the violence outside, I pulled out the shelter register. It wasn't a single, official-looking logbook, but a motley collection of cheap, spiral-bound notebooks, their covers warped by moisture, and their pages filled with the thoughts, warnings, and trail names of my predecessors. They were stored in a Ziploc bag, tucked into a small wooden box nailed to the wall. Flipping through the tattered pages was like looking back in time. There were entries from through, hikers full of optimism in the spring, their handwriting neat and their spirits high. There were entries from the fall, from hikers nearing the end of their journey, their words filled with a weary, hard, won wisdom. Some wrote about beautiful sunsets, others complained about blisters and mice. One entry from a hiker named Scribbles was a detailed, multi-page comic about his encounter with a bear. I chuckled, the sound swallowed by a clap of thunder. It was a comforting ritual, connecting with this transient community, feeling like a part of something bigger than myself. I was on the third notebook, the paper soft and frayed at the edges, when I found an entry that made me stop. The page was dated October 12, 2008. The ink was slightly faded, written with what looked like a cheap ballpoint pen that was running out of ink. The hiker's trail name was Stonewall. His entry began, not with trail pleasantries, but with the weather. He described, with unnerving accuracy, the exact same kind of storm I was currently in. The suddenness of it, the greenish light that came before, the sheer ferocity of the rain. A coincidence, I thought. Autumn thunderstorms are common in these mountains. But then I kept reading. He mentioned a specific annoyance, the leaky spot in the roof that was dripping onto the third bunk from the left. I glanced over. My pack was on the far right, but I looked at the spot he described. Drip, drip. A steady, rhythmic plinking of water was pooling on the wooden platform, right where he said it would be. A small shiver, cold and sharp, traced a line down my spine. I tried to dismiss it. These old shelters all had leaks. It was nothing. I forced my eyes back to the page. He wrote about the same persistent mouse. He could hear scrabbling in the corner behind the water-stained wall. As if on cue, a frantic scratching sound started up from the corner to my left. I'd been hearing it on and off since I arrived. The mundane soundtrack to any stay in an AT shelter. But now, coupled with the entry in my hands, it sounded sinister, intentional. My skin prickled. My rational mind, the cartographer who dealt in facts and fixed points, was struggling to maintain control. This was just a string of coincidences. It had to be, I read on, my knuckles white as I gripped the flimsy notebook. Stonewall described a strange, low whistling sound he could hear outside. A thin, reedy note that wove itself through the spaces between the claps of thunder. He wrote that he'd first assumed it was the wind moving through a knot in the wood or a crack in the rock face. My breath hitched in my throat. I had been hearing that same whistle for the last half hour. I had made the exact same assumption, dismissing it as an odd trick of the wind. I lowered the notebook and listened, straining my ears against the downpour. And there it was. It wasn't the wind. It was higher pitched, more melodic, and it seemed to hold a pattern. It would rise and fall, then stop, only to begin again from a slightly different direction. It was the kind of sound that was designed to set you on edge, to make the hairs on your arms stand up. The feeling of simple unease was now curdling into genuine fear. I looked back at the notebook, my heart hammering against my ribs. He wrote about the unnerving feeling of being watched from the tree line, a palpable sense of unseen eyes fixed on the shelter. That was the line that broke me, because that was a feeling that had been creeping up on me as well. A subtle paranoia I'd been fighting since the sky turned yellow. I had told myself it was just the oppressive atmosphere of the storm, the dark woods, the isolation. But reading it here, in black and white, from a man who stood in this exact spot years ago, validated my fear in the most terrifying way possible. It wasn't just in my head. The handwriting in the entry grew more frantic from that point on, the pen digging hard into the page, leaving deep impressions. The letters became sloppy, slanted, as if his hand was shaking uncontrollably. The final lines were a panicked, almost illegible scrawl, the words tumbling over each other in a desperate rush. "There's someone coming," he wrote. "A man walking out of the rain. He says his name is Randall. He looks wrong. God help me." The last words in the notebook, "God help me," were still screaming in my mind when a shadow detached itself from the maelstrom of rain and shadow at the shelter's opening. Time seemed to warp, stretching and thinning until each moment was an eternity. The frantic scratching of the mouse ceased. The rhythmic drip of water from the leaky roof sounded like a funeral drum. Even the thunder seemed to hold its breath. A dark figure stepped into the shelter, bringing with him a chill that had nothing to do with the storm. Water streamed from the hood and shoulders of his worn, dark green rain gear, pooling at his feet on the wooden floor. He was a large man, broad-shouldered and tall, filling the entrance and blocking what little light remained of the dying day. For a long second, he just stood there, a silent, dripping monolith. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he pulled back his hood. The face it revealed was the stuff of nightmares. Not because it was monstrous, but because of its horrifying incongruity. He had a weathered, outdoorsman's face, etched with deep lines, but his eyes were pale, almost colorless, and held a flat, predatory stillness. And then he smiled. It was a wide, unnerving smile that didn't reach his eyes, a grotesque slash of white teeth in the gloom. It was the kind of smile that wasn't meant to convey warmth or welcome, but to show you what it would use to tear you apart. "Nasty night," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that seemed to vibrate in my bones. "Mind if I join you?" He took a step forward without waiting for an answer. "Name's Randall." The name hit me with the force of a physical blow. Randall. The blood in my veins turned to ice water. My fingers, still clutching the flimsy notebook, went numb. My mind, the logical, map, making part of me, scrambled for purchase but found only the sheer, slick face of terror. It wasn't just a name from a gotten entry in a logbook. It was a name I recognized. It was a name whispered around campfires, a boogeyman story used to scare rookie hikers. Randall Lee Smith. A murderer who had preyed on hikers in these very mountains decades ago. A man who had been caught, imprisoned, and was supposed to be long dead or locked away forever. My throat closed up. I was staring at a ghost, a legend brought to life, or worse. A story that was doomed to happen all over again, with me in the starring role. I must have made some sound, a choked gasp or a whimper, because his smile widened, if that was even possible. "You are right there, Atlas?" he asked, his pale eyes glinting. He knew my trail name. The realization was another jolt, another crack in the foundation of my sanity. How could he know my trail name? I hadn't seen another soul for 2 days. I hadn't written it in this shelter's register yet. The notebook in my hand suddenly felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Stonewall's notebook. Was this his ghost, come to warn me? Or was Randall the ghost, a malevolent spirit tied to this place? Just startled. I managed to croak, my voice sounding thin and reedy. I quickly shoved the notebook behind my sleeping bag, a clumsy, obvious movement. His eyes tracked the motion, and the ghost of a chuckle rumbled in his chest. "Easy to get spooked out here," he said, shrugging off his pack with a heavy thud. It was an old canvas pack, the kind you might see in a museum, dark with age and stained with things I didn't want to identify. He began to unstrap a bedroll from the top. "These woods have a way of getting in your head. All the quiet. It ain't natural for a man." He spoke with a strange, folksy cadence, but his words felt rehearsed, polished by repetition. He moved with an unnerving economy of motion, no wasted gestures. He laid out his sleeping bag, a drab, military, issue thing. On the bunk opposite mine, right next to the spot where the roof was leaking. He looked up at the steady drip, drip, drip. "Damn leak still here," he muttered, almost to himself. "Been dripping in that same spot since, well, for a long time." He looked directly at me, his pale eyes pinning me in place. "You noticed that?" I could only nod, my mouth too dry for words. Every rational explanation was evaporating like mist in the sun. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. The man from the notebook was here. He sat down on his sleeping bag, the wooden platform groaning under his weight. The storm raged on, a fitting soundtrack to the horror unfolding in the small, three-sided room. For a while, we sat in silence, the only sounds being the thunder and the rain, and the terrifyingly calm sound of Randall's breathing. He seemed perfectly at ease, as if he owned the place. He pulled a dented tin mug and a flask from his pack, poured a finger of amber liquid, and took a slow sip. "That whistling," he said suddenly, his voice casual. "You hear that before I came in?" My heart leaped into my throat. "The wind." I lied, my voice cracking. He let out that low, rumbling chuckle again. "The wind," he repeated, savoring the word. "That's what they all think it is at first." He took another sip from his mug. "It's a tune my father taught me. Helps pass the time. Helps call the lonely ones." He was toying with me. He knew that I knew. The shelter, which moments ago had been a refuge, now felt like a cage, a trap. My mind raced, cataloging every potential weapon I had. A small pocket knife in my pack. My trekking poles, flimsy aluminum against a man his size. Nothing. I was utterly, hopelessly defenseless. My cartographer's brain, usually so good at finding routes and escape plans, could see no way out. The trail was a river of mud and rock. The forest was a black, impenetrable wall, and the storm was an accomplice. I thought back to the stories about Randall Lee Smith. They said he was charming at first, a friendly face on the trail, who would share his food and his stories. They said he would lure his victims into a sense of security before he turned on them. They were social outcasts, a man and a woman, just looking for a place to belong. He had befriended them, led them to a remote spot, not far from a shelter like this one, and ended their journey in the most brutal way imaginable. The details were hazy, polished into legend by years of retelling, but the core of it was here, sitting right across from me, sipping whiskey in the dark. "You're a map man, ain't ya, Atlas?" Randall said, breaking the silence again. His gaze fell to the corner of my oversized map, case sticking out of my pack. I can appreciate a man who likes to know where he is. But the thing about these mountains, the map ain't the territory. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his pale eyes seeming to glow in the gloom. There are places out here that ain't on any map. Places where things get turned around, where time gets slippery. You can be walking in one year and find yourself in another. His words were a direct echo of the impossible situation I found myself in. He was telling me, without telling me, that the rules of the world I knew no longer applied. The laws of physics, of time, of life and death, were suspended in this small, damp shelter. He reached into his own pack and his hand emerged with something that made my blood run cold. It was a long, wicked-looking hunting knife of a handle made of deer antler. With a flick of his thumb, he produced a small whetstone and began to sharpen the blade with slow, deliberate strokes. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound was methodical, hypnotic, and filled with a terrifying promise. It was the sound of a predator preparing for a kill. Each stroke of the stone against the steel was a countdown, and I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that my time was running out. The sound of the whetstone against the steel blade was the only thing I could hear over the frantic drumming of my own heart. It was a sound that ground away at my sanity, each metallic whisper a promise of violence. My body was frozen in a prison of adrenaline. My muscles were coiled so tight they ached, yet I couldn't move a finger. My cartographer's mind, the part of me that relied on logic and order, had completely shut down, leaving only the primal, terrified animal behind. I was prey, and the predator was sitting 10 feet away, calmly preparing his tool. Randall didn't look up from his task, but he kept talking, his voice a low, hypnotic drone beneath the shriek of the wind. "First fella I met here, his name was William. Back in '81, a city boy like you. Thought the woods were a place to find himself. He found something else instead." He paused, testing the edge of the blade with his thumb. A thin line of red appeared on his callous skin, but he didn't seem to notice. Then there were others. They come and they go. Some of them even write about it in those little books, like leaving a message in a bottle that just washes up on the same shore over and over again. He finally looked up, his pale eyes locking onto mine. The unnerving smile returned. "Your friend Stonewall, the one you were reading about. He put up a good fight. Used his trekking poles, just like you're thinking of doing right now." My blood ran cold. He knew. He could see the desperate plan forming in my eyes. He could read my thoughts as easily as I could read a map. The trekking poles, My only hope for a weapon suddenly felt as useless as twigs. But this place, Randall gestured around the damp, dark shelter with his knife. This place has rules. It don't like fighters, it likes the story. And the story is always the same. The storm, the shelter, the visitor. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. And the warning. Every time someone leaves a warning. And every time, it's the warning that seals the next fella's fate. It's what holds you here. It's the anchor. He was right. The notebook entry hadn't been a warning that I could heed. It had been a prophecy I was now fulfilling. I wasn't just a random hiker who had stumbled into a bad situation. I was a character in a story that had been written long before I was born, and Randall was the narrator. Then he stood up. The movement was fluid, impossibly fast for a man his size. The scraping stopped. The countdown was over. In that instant, the animal part of my brain took over. There was no thought, no strategy, only a desperate, primal scream for survival. I lunged, not for him, but for my pack. I grabbed my trekking poles, my fingers fumbling with the Velcro straps. As I scrambled backward, away from him, my other hand knocked against the shelter register, sending the flimsy notebooks scattering across the floor. Randall let out his low, rumbling chuckle. There it is. The fight. I do enjoy this part. He took a step toward me. I jabbed forward with one of the poles, the carbide tip aimed at his face. He swatted it aside with the back of his hand as if it were a fly, the impact jarring my entire arm. He was impossibly strong. The storm outside roared, and a flash of lightning illuminated the shelter, freezing the scene in a terrifying tableau. Randall advancing, his knife held low, his face a mask of predatory glee, and me scrambling backward, a map maker hopelessly out of his depth. I fell back against the damp wooden wall, the splintery wood digging into my back. I was cornered. There was nowhere else to go. He was 2 steps away. I could smell the whiskey on his breath, the scent of wet wool, and something else. Something coppery and metallic. The smell of old blood. Time to write the next chapter, Atlas, he rasped, raising the knife. I shut my eyes, a pathetic, final surrender. But as I did, my hand, scrabbling for purchase on the floor, closed around the hard, spiral, bound spine of a notebook. Stonewall's notebook. Without thinking, I flung it at his face. It was a desperate, useless gesture, but it worked. He flinched, more out of surprise than anything else, raising a hand to block the flying object. For a fraction of a second, his eyes left mine. It was the only chance I would get. I didn't run for the opening. That was the trap. That was the way the story was supposed to go. Instead, I threw myself sideways, off the raised wooden platform and onto the muddy ground below. I landed hard, my ankle twisting painfully, but I ignored it. I crawled, crab-like, under the shelter's floor, into the dark, damp space beneath. It was tight, filled with cobwebs and the smell of rot, but it was cover. I heard him curse above me, his heavy boots stomping on the floorboards just inches from my head.
Clever boy! Change the ending!
He roared, his voice filled with frustrated rage. I could hear him kicking at my pack, at my sleeping bag. I didn't wait to see what he would do next. I scrambled out the other side of the shelter, emerging back into the full fury of the storm. I didn't look back. I just ran. I ran blindly, heedlessly through the driving rain and the darkness, tripping over rocks and roots, my lungs burning, my twisted ankle screaming in protest. The whistling started again, closer this time, chasing me through the trees, but I didn't stop. I ran until the shelter was far behind me, until the whistling faded, until the sun came up and the storm finally broke. I stumbled into the next trail town looking like a wild man. Covered in mud, my clothes torn, my face scratched and bleeding. I quit the trail that day. I told a garbled version of my story to a few people, but they looked at me with pity. They told me Randall Lee Smith had died in prison in 2006. They said the trail plays tricks on your mind. I was just another hiker who had cracked. For months, I lived in a haze of fear and doubt. Did I imagine it all? Was it just a storm-induced hallucination? I had to know. I found the email address of a trail angel, a kind woman I'd met in Virginia, and I asked her for a favor. I told her which shelter, which notebook. I asked her to please just check the register for me and send me a photo of Stonewall's entry from October 12, 2008. A week later, an email from her arrived. The subject line was, "Found it." My hands trembled as I opened it. There were 2 photos attached. The first was exactly what I expected. Stonewall's frantic, desperate entry, the words, "He says his name is Randall. He looks wrong. God help me," still chilling me to the bone. But it was the second photo that made my world collapse. It was the page right after Stonewall's. The date was the date of my own encounter. The handwriting was mine, though I had no memory of writing it. It was a panicked, sloppy scrawl, the pencil pressed hard into the page. "My name is Ira," it read. "Trail name Atlas." A nasty storm blew in. There's a strange whistling outside. I have a terrible feeling I'm being watched. There's someone coming. A man walking out of the rain. He says his name is Randall. He looks wrong. God help me. My name is Alifair, though few people in my day. Today life would recognize the woman I become once I'm deep in the embrace of the wilderness. In the city, I am a data analyst, a creature of spreadsheets and predictable patterns. My world is one of fluorescent lights, the sterile hum of servers, and the relentless logic of numbers. But out here, under the vast, star-dusted canopy of the Appalachian Mountains, I am something else entirely. I am a listener, an observer, a small transient part of an ancient, living world. This duality isn't just a hobby. It's a necessity. The forest recalibrates my soul. For this reason, I've always been drawn to the raw intimacy of hammock camping. Tents, with their fabric walls and artificial floors, feel like an imposition. A sterile bubble of civilization dragged into the wild. In a hammock, suspended between 2 sturdy oaks or maples, you are truly part of the forest. You feel the sigh of the wind as it moves through the branches, a gentle rocking that becomes the rhythm of your sleep. You hear the nightlife in unfiltered surround sound, the distant hoot of an owl, the scuttling of a field mouse in the leaf litter, the snap of a twig that could be anything at all. It's a more vulnerable way to exist, yes, but it's also more honest. It's a declaration that you are not there to conquer nature, but to be its guest. My destination for this particular Triplictober was a dispersed site within the sprawling George Washington National Forest. Autumn was painting the mountains in strokes of ochre, crimson, and blazing gold. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of decay and the promise of the coming frost. I had driven for hours, leaving the highways for winding back roads, and finally for a gravel service lane that rattled the bones of my old truck. From there, it was a 2-mile hike into the woods, my pack feeling like a familiar friend on my shoulders. I wasn't looking for a designated campground with fire pits and picnic tables. I was seeking solitude in its purest form. After an hour of searching, I found the perfect spot. It was a small, natural clearing on a slight rise, dominated by two ancient-looking poplar trees, spaced just right for my hammock. A thick carpet of fallen leaves cushioned the ground, and a gentle slope led down to a gurgling creek, about 100 yards away. Close enough for water, far enough for privacy and to avoid disturbing the ecosystem at its edge. The afternoon sun filtered through the thinning canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. It was idyllic, a place of profound peace. I felt the tension of my city life begin to melt away with every breath of clean, cool air. Setting up camp is a ritual I cherish. I unrolled my hammock, cinching the straps carefully around the tree trunks, testing the tension until it was just right. Above it, I strung up my tarp, a diamond of Silnalon, ammoed to protect me from any unexpected rain and to trap a little pocket of warmth. My sleeping bag and quilt were fluffed and laid out, a cozy sanctuary waiting for the night. I organized my small cooking setup on a flat rock and filtered water from the creek, the simple, methodical tasks focusing my mind and grounding me in the present moment. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of violet and bruised orange, the temperature dropped significantly. The cold seeped into the ground, a palpable presence that bit at my exposed skin. This is where my mistake began. It wasn't born of ignorance, but of a quiet, creeping laziness, a sin I rarely commit in the wild. I am a firm believer in the principles of leave no trace. I pack out every scrap of trash. I camp on durable surfaces, and I know with absolute certainty the rule about human waste. You are supposed to urinate at least 200 feet from your camp and any water source, preferably on rocks or bare ground, where the salts in your urine won't attract wildlife and lead them to dig up fragile vegetation. I knew the rule, but the warmth of my down quilt was a siren's call. The thought of pulling on my boots, grabbing my headlamp, and stumbling 100 paces into the dark, cold woods felt like a monumental effort. It's just me out here, I rationalized to myself. What's the harm? So, I found a spot just off the main clearing, a patch of dark earth at the base of a gnarled pine tree, perhaps 20, maybe 30 feet from my hammock. I used it once before turning in for the night. The brief exposure to the biting air, making me scurry back to the warmth of my sleeping bag with a shiver. The first night was exactly what I had hoped for. The forest sang its gentle lullaby. Sometime after midnight, I was woken by a soft rustling. It was close. I lay perfectly still, my ears straining. Then came a delicate, wet snort. Deer. They had been drawn to the salt, just as the leave no trace guidelines predicted. A small smile touched my lips in the darkness. It felt like a secret connection, a quiet confirmation that I was sharing this space. I listened to them for a while, the gentle sounds of their presence a comfort, rather than a threat, before drifting back to sleep. The second day was spent exploring. I hiked for miles along an unmarked ridge, my only companions the chattering squirrels and the soaring hawks overhead. I felt utterly and blissfully alone. When I returned to my camp in the late afternoon, I noticed the ground around the pine tree was slightly disturbed, the leaf litter scuffed away in a few small patches. The deer had been back. Again, a sense of quiet satisfaction washed over me. I was part of the forest's rhythm. That evening, as the cold deepened, I made the same lazy choice, using the same spot twice more before cocooning myself in my hammock for the night. The sounds came again. But this time there were more of them. A small herd, it seemed. I could hear their cautious steps, the occasional puff of their breath in the cold air. It was still charming, still a novelty. I felt like Snow White, a friend to the forest creatures. It was a foolish, romantic notion, and it would be the last peaceful thought I would have. The third night, the atmosphere felt different. The air was heavier, the silence between the gusts of wind more profound. As I lay there, suspended in the inky blackness, I waited for the familiar, delicate sounds of the deer. But the sound that finally broke the silence was wrong. It wasn't the light, careful tread of a hoof. It was heavier, slower, a deliberate, weighty step that pressed the leaves down with a damp crunch. One step, then another. It was moving with a purpose that felt different from the grazing of a deer. And then came the other sound. A wet, viscous, lapping noise. It was a sound that bypassed my ears and went straight to the primal, instinctual part of my brain. It was the sound of something drinking, but not like any animal I had ever heard. It was a thick, slurping, scraping sound that made every hair on my body stand on end. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The forest was no longer singing a lullaby. It was whispering a warning. Time ceased to function. Seconds stretched into glacial epochs, each one defined by the horrifying rhythm from the darkness. Slurp, scrape, slurp. My body had turned to stone within the confines of my hammock. Every muscle was locked. Every nerve ending screamed a silent alarm. My breath was a traitor, trapped in my lungs, threatening to betray me with a gasp. The gentle rocking of the hammock, once a comfort, now felt like being in a cage, swaying helplessly before a predator. My mind, the analytical engine I relied on in my other life, scrambled for a logical explanation. It was a desperate, frantic process, like a cornered animal seeking an escape route. A bear. No, I've heard bears before. They are powerful, sometimes loud, but their sounds are rooted in the natural world. They shuffle, they huff, they break branches. They don't make that wet, deliberate, lapping sound. And the scraping, it wasn't the sound of claws on bark, but something more methodical, like fingernails digging into damp earth. A stray dog, a coyote, perhaps, but the weight of the footsteps was all wrong. This was no scavenger darting in for a quick taste. This was heavy. It moved with an unnerving economy of motion, a confidence that suggested it had no fear of being discovered. And the sound had a guttural, throaty quality to it, a resonance that vibrated through the ground and up the trunks of the trees, a low hum I could feel in my teeth. It was a sound of singular focus, of obscene enjoyment. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the chilling silence between the noises. The cold I'd felt earlier was gone, replaced by an icy dread that started in my gut and spread through my veins. The Snow White fantasy of 2 nights ago now seemed like a grotesque mockery. I hadn't invited woodland friends to my camp. I had sent out an open invitation, a beacon of salt and scent, into a darkness I did not understand. I had rung a dinner bell, and something had answered. I knew I couldn't lie there forever. The not knowing was a special kind of torture, letting my imagination paint pictures far more monstrous than any reality. Or so I hoped. The conflict within me was paralyzing. One part of my brain, the experienced camper, screamed at me to stay quiet, stay still, don't reveal your position, be small and uninteresting. But the other part, the terrified human, knew it was too late for that. It was already here. It knew I was here. The sound was too close, too brazen, It wasn't hiding from me. The decision, when it came, wasn't a product of courage. It was born of pure, unadulterated terror. I had to see. I had to give a face to the sound that was dismantling my sanity. Slowly, with movements so minute I barely felt them myself, I began to move my right hand. The nylon of Whist's sleeping bag whispered with the motion, a sound as loud as a gunshot in the charged silence. The lapping stopped. Dead silence. I froze again, my hand hovering inches from the zipper. Had it heard me? My ears strained. Trying to catch the slightest indication, it was now moving toward me. The silence was absolute, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own blood. For a full minute, nothing happened. Then, with a soft, wet finality, the sound resumed. Scrape. Slurp. It hadn't been scared. It had just been listening. Assessing. It had dismissed the sound of my movement as irrelevant, unimportant. The sheer arrogance of it was more terrifying than a direct threat. That was it. My fear was now eclipsed by a desperate need to act. My hand continued its journey, finding the small metal tab of the zipper. I pulled it down an inch at a time, the buzzing sound an agony to my overwrought nerves. I freed my arm, the cold night air a shock against my skin. My headlamp was in a small gear, sling hanging from the hammock's ridgeline, right next to my head. My fingers brushed against its cool plastic casing. I fumbled for the button, my thumb slick with sweat. This was the point of no return. The moment I pressed this button, the creature would know exactly where I was. The flimsy mesh of my hammock's bug net offered no protection, no concealment. I would be exposed, a specimen pinned by a beam of light. I took one last, shuddering breath, closed my eyes, and pressed the button. The world exploded in a cone of brilliant white light. I squeezed my eyes open, swinging the beam toward the source of the sound, toward the base of the gnarled pine tree. It was there, and it was worse than anything my mind could have conjured. It wasn't a deer or a bear. It was hunched over the patch of earth, its back to me. The form was vaguely humanoid, but grotesquely distorted. Its limbs were too long, stretched and thin like pulled taffy, making its torso seem small and compact. Its joints, visible even from this distance, were bulbous and seemed to bend at odd, unnatural angles. It was crouched on all fours, but not like an animal. It was like a man on his hands and knees. If that man's arms and legs had been broken and reset by a madman, its skin was the most ghastly thing I had ever seen. It was a pale, luminous white, the color of bleached bone or fat grubs found under a rotting log. It was completely hairless and seemed to glisten wetly in the beam of my headlamp, even where it wasn't touching the damp earth. It was digging, just as I'd imagined, its long, skeletal fingers clawing at the soil, bringing clumps of dirt to its face. As my light hit its back, it stopped. The scraping ceased. The lapping went silent. For a moment, it was a statue carved from nightmare. Then, with a slowness that was utterly deliberate and deeply unsettling, it began to turn its head to look at me. The movement was jerky, its neck seeming to crackle and pop with the effort. It turned and turned, far beyond what should have been possible, and then I saw its face, or rather, the lack of one. Where a face should have been, there was only a smooth, taut mask of that same bone, white skin. There were no eyebrows, no nose, no contours of cheeks or a chin. There were only two features, two dark, sunken, hollow pits where eyes should have been, voids that seemed to drink the light from my headlamp and give nothing back. And below them, a mouth, a wide, lipless slit that stretched impossibly far across the lower half of the blank canvas. As our gazes, my terrified one and its empty one, met, the slit opened. It parted to reveal a dark, cavernous maw, and from the depths of its throat came a sound. It was a low, guttural growl, a wet, rattling sound of possession. It wasn't the roar of a beast defending its territory from a rival. It was the sound of a landlord correcting a tenant. It was a sound of ownership. In that horrifying, eternal second, I understood. The deer had been drawn to the salt. But this thing was different. It wasn't just attracted to the spot. It was claiming it. The realization struck me with the force of a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs and the strength from my limbs. It was claiming the ground my carelessness had seasoned, and in its empty, sightless gaze, I knew with chilling certainty, it was claiming me, too. The possessive growl that emanated from the creature's lipless mouth was the key that unlocked my paralysis. It wasn't a roar of aggression. It was a statement of fact. And that fact was that I was trespassing on its property and was now considered part of the inventory. In that instant, the analytical part of my brain, the part that had been desperately trying to categorize and explain, simply shut down. It was replaced by a single, blindingly clear imperative that screamed from the oldest, most primal part of my soul, Rowan. But my body betrayed me. My limbs, which had been locked in stone like rigidity, now felt like they were filled with wet sand. The simple act of swinging my legs out of the hammock was a clumsy, desperate struggle. The fabric of my sleeping bag twisted around me, a silken trap. I thrashed, my movements frantic and uncoordinated, the hammock lurching violently with each panicked motion. The beam of my headlamp, still strapped to my forehead, slashed wildly across the scene, illuminating the blank-faced horror, then the dark trees, then the horror again. It began to move toward me. It didn't run, it didn't crawl, it unfolded. The long, pale limbs straightened with a series of soft, sickening cracks, lifting its torso from the ground. It rose to a height that was unnaturally tall, its bone, white form stark against the blackness of the woods. It took a step, its oddly jointed leg bending forward at an impossible angle before planting a long, skeletal foot on the leaf litter. The movement was jerky, insect-like, and utterly silent save for the faint, continuous popping of its joints. It was the sound of dry twigs being snapped, over and over. That sound shattered the last of my inertia. I tumbled out of the hammock, landing hard on the cold, unforgiving ground. The impact sent a jolt of pain up my spine, but adrenaline drowned it out instantly. I was on my feet, scrambling, my mind a vortex of pure, animal panic. Pack, gear, truck, keys. The words were a frantic mantra, a checklist for survival. My camp, once a source of pride and peace, was now a chaotic obstacle course. I lunged for my backpack, which lay against the base of one of the poplar trees. My hands, slick with a cold sweat, fumbled with the clasps. I started shoving things in with no thought to order or care. My sleeping bag was stuffed in, half unfurled. My cookpot, with last night's dinner still clinging to it, was thrown in on top. I grabbed my water filter, my jacket, anything I could touch. Crack, pop, I risked a glance over my shoulder. It was closer, 20 feet away. It moved with that same deliberate, unhurried gait, as if it knew time was on its side. Its head was tilted slightly, the two black pits of its eyes fixed on me. It wasn't chasing me. It was hurting me. I abandoned the pack. It was too slow, too cumbersome. My mind made a lightning, fast calculation of loss versus life. The expensive down quilt, the sleeping pad, the intricate hammock suspension system. All of it was meaningless. The only things that mattered were the keys to my truck and the light on my head. I had my boots on, thank God, but my jacket was still in the pack. There was no time. The cold would have to wait. My life was measured in the distance between me and that thing. I spun around and ran. The forest floor, which had felt so gentle and welcoming in the daylight, became a treacherous landscape of hidden roots and grasping branches. I plunged into the darkness outside the small circle of my camp, the beam of my headlamp bouncing frantically, creating a dizzying, strobe-like effect. Shadows leaped and danced, turning familiar trees into monstrous figures. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, was the creature right behind me. My lungs burned. The frigid air was like swallowing knives. A low, hanging branch whipped across my face, leaving a stinging welt on my cheek. I stumbled, my ankle twisting on a hidden rock, and pitched forward, my hands thrown out to break my fall. I landed hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. The headlamp flickered and died. Plunging, absolute blackness. Panic, raw and undiluted, threatened to consume me. I was blind. It was coming. I could hear it. Crack, pop, crunch. It was still moving at that same steady pace. It didn't need to rush. It could hear me gasping for air. It could probably smell my terror. I slapped the side of the headlamp with the heel of my hand, once, twice. Nothing. My fingers scrambled over its casing, fumbling for the button, pressing it again and again. On the fourth press, the light flickered back to life, weak and yellow, but it was there. It was enough. I pushed myself up and kept running, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle. I wasn't thinking about the 2-mile trail back to the service road anymore. I was just running, fueled by a terror so profound it had become a physical force. I burst through a thicket of rhododendron, the tough leaves tearing at my clothes and skin, and found myself on the slope leading down to the creek. I half ran, half slid down the muddy bank, landing in the shallow, ice-cold water. The shock of it was immense, but it cleared my head for a fraction of a second. The truck. I had to get to the truck. I scrambled up the opposite bank, my boots heavy with water and mud. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I could still hear the cracking of its joints, a sound that would be seared into my memory forever. It was keeping pace. Always keeping pace. After what felt like an eternity of running through a nightmare landscape, I saw it. A faint, metallic glint through the trees. My truck. Hope, fierce and desperate, surged through me. I pushed harder, my legs screaming in protest, my breath coming in ragged sobs. I burst out of the tree line and onto the gravel service road, my feet crunching on the loose stones. My pocket. The keys. My hand dove in, my fingers closing around the cold, sharp metal. I reached the driver's side door, my hands shaking so violently. It took 3 attempts to get the key into the lock. The click of the door unlocking was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I threw myself inside, slamming the door shut and mashing the lock button. I jammed the key into the ignition. Please start, please start, please start. The engine turned over, once, twice, and then roared to life. I slammed the truck into drive, my foot stomping on the accelerator. The tires spun on the gravel, spitting rocks, before finding purchase. The truck lurched forward. As I sped down the dark, narrow road, I couldn't resist. I had to look. My eyes flickered to the rearview mirror. For a second, I saw nothing but the twin red points of my taillights reflecting back from the darkness. Then, it stepped out of the woods and into the center of the road, standing in the red glow. It stood there, tall and bone, white, its long limbs hanging at its sides. It wasn't trying to follow anymore. It was just watching me leave. As my truck rounded a bend, the last thing I saw was its head tilting, those two dark voids staring after me down the road, as if to say, "This is not over. I know who you are now." I have never packed up a camp so fast in my life. In truth, I didn't pack at all. I fled. I left behind hundreds of dollars of gear, but I would have left 1,000 times that amount. I drove for 2 hours before I saw the lights of another car, and I didn't stop until the sun was up and I was in a crowded gas station coffee shop, surrounded by the mundane beauty of normal life. I still have the welt on my cheek and a sprained ankle, but those are the shallowest wounds. The forest, my sanctuary, is now a place of deep and abiding terror in my mind. I broke a simple rule, and I woke something up, or maybe I just invited it in. And now sometimes, when I'm alone in the quiet of my apartment, I can almost hear it. A faint, distant cracking, like dry twigs snapping in the woods. My name is Dean Holloway. For most of my adult life, the wilderness has been my sanctuary, a place of profound silence and stark, honest beauty that you just can't find within the concrete confines of a city. I'm a geologist by trade, which is a convenient excuse to spend my time in the remote corners of the country. But my love for the untamed world runs deeper than my profession. It's a spiritual calling, a need to disconnect from the noise of humanity and reconnect with something more fundamental. That's why I found myself embarking on a solo, kayaking trip down the Ohio River. The plan was simple, a 2-week journey, just me, my kayak, and whatever the river decided to show me. I'd camp on the banks, live off the land as much as possible, and let the steady rhythm of the current wash away the accumulated stress of modern life. The first week was idyllic. The river was a wide, meandering artery of life, flanked by the rolling, verdant hills of the Appalachians. The days were long and filled with the meditative repetition of paddling, the sun warm on my back, the water cool beneath my hull. I saw bald eagles perched like sentinels on ancient sycamores, watched families of deer drink cautiously at the water's edge, and felt a sense of peace that had long eluded me. The nights were even better, spent under a canopy of stars so brilliant they seemed to hum with a silent, cosmic energy. The solitude didn't feel like loneliness. It felt like freedom. It was on the 8th day that a subtle shift occurred, a change in the atmosphere so faint I almost didn't notice it. I had paddled into a stretch of river that flowed through West Virginia. The hills seemed to press in closer here, their slopes thick with a darker, more impenetrable forest. The water itself seemed to change, its cheerful sparkle giving way to a deeper, more inscrutable murkiness. I was nearing a place I'd heard a local mention, back at a bait and tackle shop a few towns upstream. He was a grizzled old man with eyes that had seen more than a few long winters. When I told him my route, his friendly demeanor tightened almost imperceptibly. "You'll be passin' the old TNT area," he'd said, his voice dropping a little. "Just across the river from Point Pleasant. Sprawling place. They made munitions there, back in the big one, World War II. He paused, wiping his hands on an oily rag. "Place has been dead for decades. But it ain't quiet. Keep your wits about you through there. The land remembers." His words had seemed like colorful local folklore at the time, But as I paddled closer, I felt a creeping unease. The name itself, the TNT area, was unsettling enough, a stark reminder of human conflict, set against the timeless backdrop of nature. As the afternoon sun began its slow descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the water, the abandoned factory complex came into view on the opposite bank. It was a breathtakingly desolate sight, a vast, sprawling necropolis of industry. Rusting metal skeletons of buildings clawed at the sky, their skeletal frames silhouetted against the bruised purple and fiery orange of the sunset. Towering smokestacks stood like ancient, forgotten totems, their brickwork crumbling. Nature was trying to reclaim it, with thick vines strangling concrete walls and young trees sprouting from the cracked floors of what were once bustling factory floors. But it was a slow, losing battle. The place radiated a profound sense of wrongness. It wasn't just abandoned, it felt violated, like the site of a great and terrible tragedy, whose sorrow had seeped into the very soil. It felt dead, but as the old man had warned, it didn't feel quiet. It felt like it was holding its breath. I decided to make camp on my side of the river, putting the wide expanse of water between me and the unsettling ruins. I found a small, sandy clearing, a gentle slope leading down from a thicket of trees. It seemed like a perfect spot. I pulled my kayak ashore, the grating sound of its hull on the sand, unnaturally loud in the encroaching stillness. As I went about the familiar rituals of setting up camp, pitching my small tent, gathering firewood, laying out my sleeping bag, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The sensation was so palpable, it was like a physical touch, a cold finger tracing a line down my spine. I kept glancing across the river, my eyes drawn against my will to the decaying industrial landscape. Nothing moved. The only sound was the gentle lapping of the river against the shore and the whisper of the wind through the trees. As dusk deepened into twilight, the world was painted in shades of gray. The vibrant colors of the sunset faded, leaving behind a monochromatic and eerie stillness. I had a small fire, going its cheerful crackle doing little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. I sat on a log, nursing a cup of coffee, trying to rationalize my fear. I was an experienced outdoorsman. I'd spent countless nights alone in the wilderness. I knew the tricks the mind could play in the dark, how shadows could twist into menacing shapes, and the wind could mimic voices. But this felt different. This wasn't just my imagination running wild. This was a primal, instinctual dread, an ancient alarm bell ringing in the deepest part of my brain. That's when I saw them. Across the river, right at the edge of the factory grounds, where the tree line met the crumbling concrete, two small circles of light appeared. They glowed with a dull, ruby red luminescence. My first thought was relief. Reflectors. They must be reflectors on a fence post or a piece of abandoned machinery. It was a perfectly logical explanation. I watched them, waiting for the beam of my headlamp to catch them again and confirm my theory. But they glowed with their own steady, internal light. They didn't need an external source. My stomach tightened. I lowered my headlamp, plunging my own campsite back into the firelight's flickering circle, but the red lights remained, unwavering. They were about 100 yards away, maybe more. Too far to make out any detail around them. For a long time, they just stayed there, two perfectly round, perfectly still points of red in the vast, gathering darkness. I tried to dismiss them again. Foxfire, I thought, a type of bioluminescent fungus. Or maybe natural gas seeping from the ground. I cycled through every rational explanation I could think of, but none of them felt right. Then, they blinked. It was a slow, deliberate blink, perfectly in unison. The two red lights vanished for a second, then reappeared. My breath caught in my throat. The blood in my veins turned to ice. Reflectors don't blink. Foxfire doesn't blink. This was a conscious act. Those weren't reflectors. They were eyes. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me, so potent it was nauseating. Every survival instinct I possessed screamed at me to run, to get away, to leave everything behind and flee into the darkness. But I was frozen, mesmerized by that malevolent, unblinking stare. Time seemed to stretch and warp. Minutes felt like hours as I sat there, locked in a silent standoff with the two glowing embers across the river. The world shrank until nothing existed but me, my tiny, vulnerable fire, and those terrible, watching eyes. Then, a shape began to detach itself from the deeper darkness surrounding the eyes. It was a slow, fluid movement, like a predator uncoiling. It wasn't a man, and it wasn't any animal I had ever seen or read about. It was tall, impossibly so, easily 7 feet or more. Its form was slender, almost skeletal, a man-shaped silhouette carved from shadow. It rose to its full height, a sliver of nightmare cut from the fabric of the night, and I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that its crimson gaze had been fixed on me the entire time. It just stood there, a silent, towering monolith of dread on the opposite bank, and I had the sickening feeling that the river between us was no barrier at all. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, the universe consisted only of the thumping of my heart in my ears and the sight of that impossible silhouette standing on the far bank of the river. My mind, the rational, scientific mind of a geologist, scrambled for an explanation. It was a trick of the light, a bizarre shadow cast by a dead tree, amplified by my own growing paranoia. It had to be. But my gut, the ancient, animal part of my brain that had kept my ancestors alive, knew better. It recognized a predator, and it screamed that the distance between us was no protection at all. The figure was utterly still, a statue carved from solidified night, and its stillness was more terrifying than any sudden movement could have been. It was the stillness of absolute confidence, of a creature that knows it has no equal in its domain. Then the shadow thing moved. It wasn't a step or a shift in weight. From its back, two new shapes began to unfurl. They rose slowly, deliberately, like a flower blooming in reverse, revealing themselves to be a pair of massive, membranous wings. They weren't feathered like a bird's wings. They were more like those of a bat or a pterodactyl, a vast expanse of dark, leathery skin stretched over a framework of long, slender bones. They unfolded to their full, horrifying breadth, a wingspan that easily stretched 10, maybe 12 feet across, dwarfing the humanoid form they were attached to. They blotted out the last vestiges of the twilight sky behind them, creating a perfect, terrifying silhouette. This was no trick of the light. This was real. My breath hitched, a dry rasping sound in my throat. I was completely exposed, a solitary point of warmth and life in a landscape that was suddenly, overwhelmingly hostile. The small campfire, which had been a source of comfort moments before, now felt like a beacon, advertising my presence to the monstrous entity across the water. I wanted to douse it, to shrink back into the darkness of the trees behind me, but I was paralyzed, pinned in place by those two hypnotic, glowing red eyes. They hadn't blinked again. They just stared, affixed. malevolent gaze that seemed to pierce the distance and look right through me into the deepest, most fearful corners of my soul. With a single, powerful beat of those colossal wings, the creature launched itself into the air. The movement was shockingly graceful, impossibly silent. I had expected a rush of wind, a thunderous clap of displaced air, but there was nothing. Just a smooth, effortless ascension into the night sky. It didn't flap again. It simply glided, a dark crucifix soaring across the wide, dark ribbon of the Ohio River. It moved with an unnatural speed, a terrifying phantom against the star-dusted canvas of the sky, its red eyes locked on my position the entire time. It was coming for me. The certainty of it was a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. The river, my perceived barrier, was meaningless to it. It was just an inconvenience to be crossed. I watched, frozen in a state of horrified awe, as the winged shape closed the distance in a matter of seconds. It was a spectacle of silent, predatory grace that defied all known laws of biology and physics. As it drew nearer, I could make out more detail. Its body was thin, almost emaciated, but corded with a lean, wiry strength. Its limbs were long and jointed at odd angles. But the head was the worst part. It was indistinct, a blur of shadow from which the two burning red orbs shone with an infernal light. There were no discernible features. No mouth, no nose, just those two hypnotic, terrifying eyes. It landed without a sound. One moment it was a terrifying shape in the air above me, and the next it was standing on the sandy bank about 50 yards from my tent. There was no thud of impact, no spray of sand, no rustle of disturbed air. It was simply there, as if it had teleported from the sky to the ground. It stood there, a 7-foot, tall, man-shaped bird of shadow, its huge wings now folded neatly against its back. The silence that followed its arrival was more profound and more terrifying than any sound could have been. The crickets had stopped chirping. The wind had died. Even the river seemed to have muted its gentle lapping against the shore. The entire world was holding its breath, waiting. My mind finally broke free from its paralysis, but my body remained locked in place. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs were leaden, my muscles refusing to obey. I was a rabbit caught in the headlights of an oncoming train, acutely aware of my impending doom, but powerless to prevent it. I could feel its gaze on me, a tangible pressure against my skin. It wasn't just looking at me. It was studying me, its ancient, alien intelligence trying to comprehend the small, trembling creature huddled by the fire. The air grew cold, a pocket of unnatural chill that had nothing to do with the night temperature. The fire seemed to shrink, its flames pulling back as if in fear. Then it let out a sound. It wasn't a roar or a screech from any animal I could identify. It was a high, pitch-piercing shriek that sounded bizarrely electronic, like a burst of modem static and microphone feedback, mixed with the cry of some tortured bird of prey. The sound vibrated in my chest and made my teeth ache with a painful, sympathetic resonance. It was a noise that didn't belong in the natural world. It bypassed my ears and drilled directly into my skull, scraping against my sanity. It was the sound of something utterly alien, something from a place where the rules of our reality do not apply. That was it for me. The sound was the key that unlocked my frozen limbs. The spell was broken, replaced by a surge of pure, primal adrenaline that was so powerful it erased all thought. There was no plan, no consideration, no weighing of options. There was only the absolute, undeniable need to get away. I abandoned everything. my tent, my kayak, my expensive geological gear, the food and water that were meant to sustain me. None of it mattered. The only thing that mattered was putting distance between myself and that thing. I scrambled backwards, kicking sand into my own fire, and turned and ran. I crashed through the undergrowth at the edge of the clearing, thorns and branches, tearing at my clothes and skin, but I felt no pain. I scrambled up the steep, muddy bank leading away from the river, my hands clawing at roots and rocks for purchase. I slipped, fell to one knee, and pushed myself back up, gasping for air, my lungs burning. I didn't dare look back. I didn't need to. I could feel those red eyes on my back, and the echo of that unholy screech was still ringing in my head, driving me onward. My only thought was the road. If I could just reach the road. The forest floor was a treacherous, uneven carpet of roots and fallen leaves. I ran with the reckless abandon of a cornered animal, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, so potent it bordered on delirium. Every snap of a twig behind me was the creature's footfall. Every rustle of leaves was the brush of its leathery wings. The unholy, electronic screech echoed in my mind, a relentless internal siren that spurred me on, overriding the burning in my lungs and the searing pain in my legs. I didn't have a direction. My only guide was the upward slope of the ground, a desperate attempt to put as much elevation as possible between myself and the riverbank. The darkness was absolute, broken only by fleeting, frantic glimpses of twisted tree trunks and thorny vines that tore at my face and arms like claws. I felt no pain, only a single, all-consuming thought: escape. I don't know how long I ran. Time had dissolved into a meaningless blur of terror and exertion. But then, through the dense lattice of branches, I saw a different kind of darkness, a flat, open expanse. The trees suddenly ended, and I burst out of the woods, stumbling and falling onto the cold, hard surface of asphalt. I had reached the road. I lay there for a moment on the rough, gravelly shoulder, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably. The silence of the road was a stark contrast to the chaotic noise of the forest. It was a dead, empty silence, stretching in both directions into an impenetrable blackness. There were no streetlights, no houses, no signs of civilization other than the faded yellow line painted down the center of the pavement. I pushed myself up, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stand. My clothes were torn, my skin was a mess of bleeding scratches, and I was covered in mud and grime. I looked back at the wall of trees I had just emerged from. It was a solid, black mass, a gaping maw that had spit me out. I listened, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit, for the beat of colossal wings or the echo of that terrible cry. There was nothing. Only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. A new kind of fear began to creep in, colder and more desolate than the hot terror of the chase. I was alone, in the middle of nowhere, on a deserted road in the dead of night. Had I imagined it all? Was this the result of some sudden, psychotic break, a hallucination brought on by solitude and the eerie atmosphere of the TNT area? But the stinging cuts on my arms and the deep ache in my muscles were undeniably real. Something had happened back there. Headlights. A pair of them, cutting a brilliant, hopeful cone through the darkness, appeared far down the road. Salvation. I stumbled into the middle of the road, waving my arms frantically. The car, a beat-up-looking pickup truck, slowed as it approached, its bright lights pinning me like an insect. I must have looked like a madman, a wild creature of the night myself. The truck rolled to a stop a few feet away, and the passenger's side window slowly cranked down. An old farmer with a weathered face and a suspicious squint peered out at me. "You all right there, son?" he asked, his voice a low, cautious rumble. I couldn't form a coherent sentence. Words tumbled out of my mouth in a panicked, jumbled mess. "Please, help me. Down by the river. A thing." The farmer exchanged a worried glance with his wife, who was sitting beside him, her face pale with alarm. "Easy now," he said, his tone softening with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Get in. We'll take you into town." The wave of relief was so overwhelming I nearly collapsed. I scrambled into the bed of the truck, not wanting to get the cab muddy, and huddled against the cool metal as the farmer turned the truck around and drove away. I didn't take my eyes off the dark tree line until it was swallowed by the distance. The journey to the nearest town, Point Pleasant, was only about 15 minutes, but it felt like a lifetime. I was safe, but the terror lingered, a cold, heavy stone in the pit of my stomach. The farmer, whose name was Jed, dropped me the only motel in town with a lit vacancy sign. He refused to take any money, just told me to get cleaned up and get some rest. I must have been a pitiful sight. I checked in, paid the clerk with the damp cash from my wallet, and stumbled into my room. The reflection that stared back at me from the bathroom mirror was a stranger. A man with wild, terrified eyes, his face a mask of dirt and blood. I spent over an hour in the shower, the hot water stinging my cuts, trying to wash away the feeling of the creature's gaze, the memory of its cry. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw two glowing red circles in the darkness. I saw the impossible silhouette, the unfurling of those monstrous wings. And I heard that sound, that soul-shaking electronic screech. I lay awake all night, staring at the ceiling, the rational part of my mind battling the part that knew what it had seen. I was a geologist. I believed in evidence, in facts, in the solid, explainable world. What I had witnessed defied all of it. It had no place in the world I knew. The next morning, exhausted and running on pure nervous energy, I went to the small diner attached to the motel. I needed coffee, and I needed to figure out what to do next. My kayak, my gear, my career's worth of geological samples. Everything was still back at that cursed campsite. The diner was quiet, with only a few locals nursing their morning coffee. A small television was mounted in the corner, tuned to a local news channel. I was only half listening, my mind still replaying the events of the night, when a particular report caught my attention. An unexpected flash flood along the Ohio River early this morning. The news anchor was saying, her expression grim, the flood was reportedly caused by an emergency release from the Tigard Dam upstream, following a structural integrity warning. Officials are stating that communication failures led to a lack of advance warning for communities downstream. My coffee cup froze halfway to my lips. My blood ran cold. The anchor continued. The surge was most severe in the stretch of river near Point Pleasant, particularly affecting the low line banks opposite the former TNT munitions area. A map appeared on the screen, a red circle highlighting the exact location. It was my campsite. The sandy clearing, the thicket of trees, everything. The news report showed footage of a churning, brown torrent of water, filled with debris, rushing through the very spot where I had pitched my tent. The river had risen at least 15 feet, swallowing the banks whole. I stared at the screen, my mind struggling to connect the pieces. The flash flood had roared down the river just after dawn. I had fled the campsite around midnight. If I had stayed, if I had dismissed the creature as a hallucination and gone to sleep in my tent, I would have been swept away without a chance. My tent, my kayak, my gear. It was all gone, but not because I had abandoned it. It was gone because it had been obliterated by a wall of water. And then, the final, chilling realization washed over me, a wave of ice that was far more terrifying than the creature itself. The high-pitched, electronic screech. The terrifying presence that had driven me from my camp in mortal fear. It hadn't been a threat. It hadn't been a predator's cry. It had been a warning. The Mothman, or whatever that impossible creature was, hadn't come to hurt me. It had appeared on the bank, a silent omen of a disaster only it could foresee. It had revealed itself, a terrifying spectacle of wings and glowing red eyes, to get my attention. And when that wasn't enough, it had let out that horrifying, otherworldly shriek, the only sound it could make, to scare me away, to force me to run for my life. It had saved me. I sat there in that small town diner, the world spinning around me. The fear was still there, a deep, primal knot that would likely never untangle. But now it was intertwined with something else, something far more complex and unsettling, a profound, terrifying awe. I had come face to face with something from outside, the realm of human understanding, a creature of shadow and legend, and it had acted not with malice, but with a purpose that was both terrifying and benevolent. It had come to warn me, and I was alive because I had listened. My name is Dr. Oscar Holloway. I hold a doctorate in wildlife biology with a specific focus on herpetology, the study of reptiles and amphibians. For the better part of 2 decades, my career has been a nomadic existence, taking me from the dense rainforests of the Amazon to the arid deserts of Arizona. My work is my life, a passion forged in childhood, catching garter snakes in my backyard, and later honed in the sterile, focused environment of a university laboratory. I am a man of science, of data, of observable facts. I believe in ecosystems, in predator-prey dynamics, and in the logical, often brutal, laws of nature. I have never believed in ghosts, monsters, or things that go bump in the night. My world is one of tangible evidence, not of folklore or superstition. My assignment in the late autumn of 2018 was one I had pursued for years, a grant-funded expedition to locate and document the Louisiana pine snake, Pituophis rutheni. To the uninitiated, it's just a snake. To a man like me, it's the Holy Grail. A large non-venomous constrictor, it is one of the rarest snakes in North America. A creature so elusive that some biologists go their entire careers without a single confirmed sighting. It spends most of its life underground in the burrows of pocket gophers, making it a phantom of the forest floor. Its presence is an indicator of a healthy, intact longleaf pine ecosystem, an ecosystem that is itself vanishing. To find it is not just a professional victory, it is a sign of hope. The search area was the Kisatchie National Forest in Louisiana. It's a sprawling expanse of over 6,000 acres, a patchwork of rolling pine, covered hills, hardwood bottomlands, and murky, cypress-choked bayous. It is a place of profound, almost primal beauty. The longleaf pines, some centuries old, stand like ancient sentinels, their needles whispering in the wind. The air is thick with the scent of pine, damp earth, and the sweet, cloying smell of decay that is the perfume of any healthy forest. My specific target area was a remote section within the Wind Ranger district. a place the locals had a more ominous name for: the Devil's Swamp. I'd heard the name from an old park ranger during my initial briefing. He'd drawn a rough circle on my topographical map with a thick, shaky finger. "You can go anywhere else you want, son," he'd said, his voice low and serious. "But I'd stay clear of the Devil's Swamp. Water there's black as sin, and the cypress knees look like bony fingers reaching up from the grave. It's a maze. People get turned around in there. Some don't get turned back around." I'd offered him a polite, academic smile. I was equipped with a high-end GPS with a satellite uplink, a personal locator beacon, detailed maps, and a compass. I had survived weeks in far more dangerous and remote terrains. Getting lost, while always a risk, was one I was trained and equipped to mitigate. As for the name, I chalked it up to local folklore, the kind of spooky tale that springs up around any patch of wilderness to warn off children and tourists. Every remote place has its version of a boogeyman. For the first 3 days, my search was methodical and fruitless, but not unpleasant. I hiked for miles through the pine savannas, my boots crunching on the carpet of fallen needles. The forest was alive with the sounds of woodpeckers, drumming against bark, and the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. I found plenty of evidence of other life: the tracks of deer, the scat of a coyote, the discarded shells of turtle eggs, but no sign of the pine snake. On the 4th day, guided by a documented sighting from nearly a decade prior, I made the decision to enter the Devil's Swamp. The transition was immediate and stark. The open, sun-dappled pine forest gave way to a dense canopy of cypress and tupelo trees that plunged the world into a perpetual twilight. The ground softened, my boots sinking into the rich, black mud. The air grew heavy, still, and saturated with a humidity so thick it felt like I was breathing water. The water of the sloughs was just as the ranger had described it: black and opaque, reflecting the tangled branches above like a dark, shattered mirror. And the cypress knees, thousands of them, jutted from the mud and water like gnarled, skeletal fingers. The silence was the most unsettling part. In the pine forest, there was a constant symphony of life. Here, the world was muffled. The buzzing of insects was a low, monotonous drone, and the calls of birds were distant and rare. The only prominent sound was the soft, sucking noise my boots made with every step, and the occasional, startling splash of a fish or a turtle sliding log into the black water. I spent hours navigating the labyrinthine waterways, my eyes scanning the ground, the base of trees, any patch of dry land where a snake might emerge to bask. My scientific focus was a shield against the oppressive atmosphere. I was not in a haunted swamp. I was in a unique wetland habitat. The cypress knees were not bony fingers. They were pneumatophores, specialized roots for oxygen exchange. The silence was not unnatural. It was a result of the specific fauna adapted to this environment. I repeated these facts to myself, a mantra of reason against a rising tide of primal unease. As the afternoon began to wane, the sky, visible only in slivers through the dense canopy, turned a bruised purple. It was then that the fog began to roll in. It wasn't a gradual misting. It was a thick, white wall that moved with an unnerving speed. It didn't drift through the trees so much as it materialized from the surface of the water itself, rising in ghostly tendrils that coalesced into an impenetrable blanket. Within minutes, my visibility was reduced to less than 15 feet. The cypress trees, my main navigational landmarks, dissolved into vague, monstrous shapes in the gloom. My training, my every instinct, screamed at me to turn back. I checked my GPS. I had a clear track, a digital breadcrumb trail leading me back to my truck. But I was so close. The coordinates of the decade. Old sighting were less than a quarter-mile away. It was a tantalizing pull for a man who had dedicated his life to this quest. To turn back now, to be defeated by a simple weather phenomenon, felt like a personal failure. Just a little further, I told myself. Check the spot, then head back. The fog will burn off. It was the single greatest miscalculation of my entire life. I pressed on, my world shrinking to a small circle of murky white. The GPS was a comfort, but it couldn't show me the cypress knee right in front of my foot, or the sudden drop, off into a slough. I was moving slower now, one hand outstretched, feeling my way forward like a blind man. The silence was now absolute. The insect drone had ceased. The water was still. It was as if the fog had suffocated the very world, leaving me as the only living, breathing thing in a sea of white. That's when I first heard it. It was a soft, wet, plopping sound. It was indistinct, and for a moment, I rationalized it could be anything. A piece of bark falling from a tree, a large turtle, a fish. It came from somewhere to my left, out in the featureless expanse of fog. I stopped walking, straining my ears, my heart giving a sudden, hard thump against my ribs. I held my breath, listening. There was nothing but the sound of my own blood roaring in my ears. I took another tentative step. Plop, it was closer this time, and it was followed by a faint, almost imperceptible noise. The sound of water being gently displaced. This was no falling branch. This was something moving. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding thin and absurdly loud in the oppressive silence. Is someone there? The only answer was the echo of my own question, quickly swallowed by the dense, white fog. My logical mind immediately began cycling through possibilities. Alligator. The swamps are full of them. A large bull gator could certainly make a sound like that, slipping from a muddy bank into the water. Or perhaps a large gar, or even a feral hog wallowing in the shallows. These were known, quantifiable creatures. Dangerous, yes, but understandable. I unclipped the powerful LED flashlight from my belt, its beam cutting a sharp, but surprisingly short, cone through the thick vapor. I swept the light back and forth in the direction of the sound. The beam illuminated nothing but the ghostly white curtain of the fog itself, swirling and eddying as if disturbed by my presence. The light seemed to go nowhere, creating a bizarre, claustrophobic effect, as if I were standing in a small, brightly lit room with white walls that were constantly in motion. I took another step, my boots making a thick, sucking sound in the mud. Plop. Slosh. The sound was different now. Not just a drop, but a sense of weight behind it. Followed by the distinct sound of something heavy dragging through shallow water and mud. It was closer, perhaps no more than 30 feet away, just beyond the effective range of my flashlight. The sound was rhythmic, deliberate. Plop. Slosh. Drag. It was the sound of locomotion, but a type of locomotion I couldn't place. It wasn't the slithering of a snake or the four-legged gait of a mammal. It was a clumsy, wet, and heavy cadence. The alligator theory was beginning to feel less plausible. Their movements, while powerful, are often characterized by stealth and silence until they strike. This was not silent. This was methodical, almost insolent in its lack of stealth. Then came the smell. It wasn't the familiar earthy scent of swamp decay. This was something else entirely. a foul odor that drifted through the fog on a non-existent breeze. It was a coppery, metallic smell, like old blood, layered with a sickly, sweet scent of rot that was deeper and more pungent than decomposing vegetation. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse, of meat left too long in the sun. My stomach clenched. As a biologist, I was no stranger to the smells of death and decay, but this was different. It was concentrated, pervasive, and utterly vile. It clung to the inside of my nostrils and coated the back of my throat. A wave of primal fear, cold and sharp, washed over me. This was a feeling that bypassed my intellect entirely. It was an ancient, animalistic response to a perceived predator. My hand, still holding the flashlight, began to tremble. My carefully constructed wall of scientific rationalization was beginning to crumble. I was alone, in a disorienting fog, in a place locals called the Devil's Swamp. And I was being stalked by something large that smelled of blood and death. The old ranger's words echoed in my mind. Some don't get turned back around. I fought to regain control, to force my brain back into analytical mode. Unknown species, a known animal exhibiting aberrant behavior. My professional curiosity warred with the instinct screaming at me to run. I had to see it. I had to know what it was. A discovery. Even a terrifying one was still a discovery. Taking a deep, shaky breath that filled my lungs with the putrid air, I took another cautious step forward, sweeping the flashlight beam in a frantic arc. The beam caught something. Not the creature itself, but its effect on the environment. Ripples on the surface of the black water, moving in a slow, circular pattern. It was circling me. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a chance encounter. This was a predator assessing its prey. The slow, deliberate sounds. The circling movement. It was classic hunting behavior. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the suffocating silence. The scientific observer in me was gone, replaced by the terrified animal that knew it was on the menu. I decided in that instant. The snake, the research, the grant, none of it mattered. Survival was the only imperative. I turned to retreat, to follow my GPS track back the way I came. But in my rising panic, I was careless. My right foot snagged hard on a submerged cypress knee. My momentum carried me forward, and I went down with a cry of alarm, my body twisting awkwardly. My head struck something, a log or another root, and for a second, the world exploded in a flash of white stars. The flashlight, my only source of light in this ethereal gloom, flew from my grasp. I heard it hit the water with a sickening plunk, and then the world was plunged into an absolute, terrifying darkness. For a moment, I lay there, stunned, half submerged in the cold, muddy water. The pain in my head was a dull throb, but it was nothing compared to the sheer, suffocating terror of the blindness. The fog was so thick and the canopy so dense that there was no ambient light whatsoever. I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. I was adrift in a sensory void, with only sound, smell, and touch to guide me. And the only sounds were my own ragged, panicked breaths and the sounds of the thing in the water with me. The plopping and dragging had stopped. Now there was only the sound of the water moving. It was right next to me. I could feel the gentle pressure of the current it created as it shifted its weight. I could hear the soft, wet rasp of its breathing. A slow, ragged, liquid sound, like air being forced through water-filled lungs. It was a sound that no animal I knew of could make. I lay perfectly still, paralyzed by a fear so profound it felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. forcing the air from my lungs. Every muscle in my body was locked tight, waiting for the inevitable attack, for the searing pain of teeth or claws. Time ceased to have meaning. I don't know if I lay there for 10 seconds or 10 minutes. It felt like an eternity, suspended in that black, foul-smelling water, listening to the wet, labored breathing of the creature beside me. I could smell it so clearly now. The stench of old blood and rot was overpowering, making me gag. Then, I felt something brush against my submerged leg. It was not the rough, armored hide of an alligator. It was cold, colder than the water, and smooth, almost slick, but with a strange, firm texture beneath the surface, like hard muscle or cartilage. It moved with a slow, exploratory pressure, a deliberate touch that was both curious and menacing. I let out a choked, involuntary whimper. The touch lingered for a heart-stopping moment before it was gone. And then, as suddenly as it had arrived, it began to move away. I heard the soft slosh and drag again, the sounds receding into the fog. The wet, ragged breathing faded. The pressure in the water subsided. I waited, listening, my entire being focused on the sounds, until they were completely gone, absorbed by the silence and the fog. I was alone again. The spell of paralysis broke. A surge of pure adrenaline, raw and powerful, flooded my system. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I just reacted. I scrambled to my feet, slipping and sliding in the thick mud, and I ran. I ran blindly into the darkness, away from the spot where I had fallen, away from the memory of that cold, slick touch. I crashed through unseen undergrowth, thorns and branches tearing at my clothes and skin. I stumbled into waist-deep water, fought my way out, and kept running. My GPS, my maps, my scientific training, all were forgotten. Useless artifacts of a world of logic and reason that no longer existed. My only guide was the primal, desperate need to put as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs were heavy as lead, until I finally collapsed at the base of a massive cypress tree, my body trembling uncontrollably, covered in mud and blood, utterly and completely lost. I lay at the foot of that colossal cypress, a heap of trembling flesh and tattered gear. The adrenaline that had propelled my blind flight evaporated, leaving behind a chilling, profound exhaustion. My body was a roadmap of pain. My head throbbed, my lungs ached, and 1,000 tiny cuts from thorns and branches stung with a fiery intensity. Cold had seeped deep into my bones, a damp, relentless chill that no amount of shivering could dislodge. But the physical misery was a distant echo compared to the roaring tempest in my mind. I was lost. Not just geographically misplaced, but fundamentally, existentially lost. The compass of my life, built on logic, evidence, and the predictable laws of nature, had been shattered. In its place was a terrifying new magnetic north, and it pointed directly toward the memory of that cold, slick touch, and that wet, ragged breathing. The fog remained a formless, silent prison. The darkness was absolute. Every few minutes, a fresh wave of terror would wash over me, and I would press myself harder against the rough bark of the tree, trying to make myself smaller, invisible. I was certain it was still out there. I strained my ears, listening past the frantic pounding of my own heart for the tail plop, slosh drag. The swamp, which had fallen silent during the encounter, slowly came back to life, but its familiar sounds were now twisted into new and terrifying shapes. The hoot of a barred owl sounded like a mocking question. The splash of a fish was the creature testing the water. The groan of a tree branch in a non-existent wind was the stretching of some impossibly large limb. I was a scientist, a man who could identify hundreds of species by their calls alone. Yet in that moment, I was reduced to a primitive ancestor, huddled by a fireless cave, convinced that every shadow held a demon. I must have drifted in and out of a state of delirious, fitful sleep. I dreamt of drowning in black water, of smooth, cold things coiling around my legs, of a stench so vile it choked me. I would jerk awake with a gasp, my hand flailing in the dark, my reality for a terrifying second indistinguishable from the nightmare. At some point, I fumbled in my pack, my numb fingers finding a protein bar. I unwrapped it with shaking hands and forced myself to eat the dry, chalky substance feeling like sand in my mouth. It was a purely mechanical act, a biologist's understanding that I needed calories to fend off hypothermia, to keep my body functioning. I had to survive until morning, if there was a morning. The thought that the fog might never lift, that I might be trapped in this purgatory forever, was a horror I had to actively push away. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the quality of the darkness began to change. The absolute ink, black void softened to a charcoal gray. I could begin to make out the faintest outlines of the trees nearest to me, monstrous silhouettes against a slightly less dark background. Dawn was coming. Hope, a feeling I thought had been extinguished forever, flickered weakly in my chest. As the light grew, the fog began to thin, not burning off in the traditional sense, but retreating, pulling back into the water like a ghostly tide going out. The world resolved itself around me, piece by piece. I saw the gnarled cypress knees, the black water, the tangled vines. It was the same swamp. But seeing it after the blindness of the night was like seeing a new and terrible planet for the first time. I was a wreck. My clothes were torn and caked in mud. My face and arms were crisscrossed with deep scratches. A large, tender knot had formed on the back of my head where I'd fallen. I checked my pack. My GPS was gone, likely lost during my frantic escape. My compass, however, was still tucked in its pocket. I pulled it out. The needle quivered, then settled. North. It was the first piece of rational, dependable information I'd had in hours, and I clung to it like a holy relic. My truck was parked to the west. If I could just walk west, I would eventually hit the park road. Stiffly, painfully, I pushed myself to my feet. Every muscle screamed in protest. I took a few tentative steps, my legs unsteady beneath me. I chose a heading due west and began to walk, my eyes fixed on the compass, forcing myself to trust it over my own, hopelessly scrambled sense of direction. The journey was a grueling, monotonous hell. I waded through stagnant, waist-deep water that stank of decay. I clambered over fallen logs slick with green algae. The cypress knees seemed to conspire against me, tripping my feet, snagging my clothes. After about an hour of this agonizing progress, I stumbled into a small clearing, a rare patch of semi-dry land. And I saw the tracks. They were not from a deer, a hog, or a bear. They were huge, misshapen prints pressed deep into the mud. They were vaguely bipedal, but wrong. The stride was too long, the shape too amorphous, a sort of dragged, three-lobed pattern, as if something impossibly heavy had plopped itself along on two malformed feet. And in the center of one of the prints, something glistened. I knelt down, my heart pounding. It was a small, iridescent fish scale, the size of my thumbnail, but it wasn't from any freshwater fish I knew. It shimmered with oily greens and purples, like a drop of gasoline on water. The creature from the fog was real. This was my proof. This was my validation. And the sight of it filled me not with triumph, but with a dread so profound it almost sent me to my knees. I scrambled away from the clearing, my pace renewed by a fresh jolt of fear. I didn't look back. I just walked, my mind a blank slate of terror and forward motion. I don't know how many hours passed. The sun was high in the sky when I finally heard it, the distant, mechanical whine of a chainsaw. The sound was jarring, alien in this primal world, but it was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I changed my direction, crashing through the undergrowth toward the noise. Soon, I could smell the sharp scent of pine sap and exhaust fumes. I broke through a final line of trees and stumbled onto a muddy logging road. 100 yards away, a team of men were working. One of them saw me, his eyes widening. He dropped his chainsaw, and they all stared as I staggered toward them, a wild, mud-caked apparition emerging from the Devil's Swamp. The official story is that I, Dr. Oscar Holloway, an experienced wildlife biologist, got disoriented in a sudden, thick fog, that I took a fall, hit my head, and suffered from a combination of a mild concussion and the early stages of hypothermia, leading to vivid auditory and tactile hallucinations. The park rangers were professional, polite, even sympathetic. They listened to my frantic, disjointed story about the plopping sounds, the smell, the wet breathing, the cold touch. They nodded, and then they gently explained how the mind can play tricks on you in stressful situations. They found my truck, helped me pack my gear, and strongly recommended a full medical evaluation. I never told them about the tracks. I knew how it would sound. I knew they would find a logical explanation. A bear with a mangled paw, a trick of the light, anything but the truth. I never found the Louisiana pine snake. My grant funding was rescinded. My reputation took a hit. A biologist who gets hopelessly lost and has to be rescued by loggers doesn't inspire much confidence. I left Louisiana and never went back. I still work as a biologist, but something in me is broken. I can no longer walk into a forest and see only an ecosystem. I now see the edges of the map, the places marked. Here be dragons. My science, once a shield, now feels like a flimsy piece of paper. It can explain the world we know, but it is silent about the things that wait in the fog, the ancient and malevolent things that move with a wet, plopping sound, smelling of old blood and the grave. I don't know what was in the swamp with me that day, but I know it was real, and I know that it was very, very hungry. And some nights, when the air is still and damp, I can almost hear it, just at the edge of my hearing, dragging itself through the darkness, looking for me. My name is Silas Thorne. By trade, I'm a structural engineer, a man who spends his days with blueprints, load-bearing calculations, and the unyielding logic of physics. I believe in stress points, material fatigue, and the measurable forces of nature. I mention this not to boast, but to establish a baseline. I am not a man given to flights of fancy, nor am I prone to seeing things that aren't there. My world is one of concrete, steel, and empirical evidence. My girlfriend, Thea, is the perfect complement to my structured mind. She's a wilderness EMT, a woman whose expertise lies in the unpredictable chaos of the human body and the unforgiving indifference of the wild. Where I see angles in support structures, she sees potential hazards and survival strategies. We met on a climbing wall in the city, two people seeking a vertical escape from the horizontal world. Our shared passion for the raw, untamed beauty of high places forged a bond stronger than any climbing rope. We were a team in life and on the rock. We trusted each other's judgment implicitly, a trust that is not merely romantic, but essential when your life depends on the person at the other end of the rope. For years, we had explored the granite heart of California, but the Sierra National Forest was our cathedral. It's a place of staggering scale, where ancient sequoias stand like silent gods and domes of granite, scarred smooth by glaciers, rise towards an impossibly blue sky. It's a land that feels primordial, a place that humbles you with its sheer, raw power. That summer, we set our sights on a particularly remote and challenging route, a multi-pitch climb up a formation known locally as Serpent's Spire. It wasn't the tallest or the most technically difficult climb in the park, but its isolation was legendary. Tucked deep in a valley accessible only by a long fire road and a subsequent 2-hour hike, Serpent's Spire saw few visitors. The park rangers we spoke to, when filing our climbing plan, simply nodded, their faces betraying a mixture of respect and caution. Not many folks head out to the Serpent, one of them had said, his eyes scanning the horizon. She's a beauty, but she's fickle. Watch the weather. It can turn on a dime out there. We took his warning seriously, as we always did. We were meticulous planners. Our packs were filled with state-of-the-art gear, extra layers of clothing, emergency rations, and a satellite messenger. We were not reckless amateurs seeking a thrill. We were experienced climbers paying homage to a formidable piece of rock. The day of the climb began with a kind of perfection that feels, in retrospect, like a cruel joke. The air was crisp and cool, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees as we made the pre-dawn hike to the base of the spire. When we finally stood before it, the first rays of sun were kissing its peak, setting the granite ablaze with a golden light. It was magnificent, a silent challenge issued to the sky. The first few pitches were a symphony of movement and trust. The rock was solid, a climber's dream of textured granite, offering plentiful handholds and footholds. We moved with the fluid efficiency born of countless hours spent together on vertical faces. The rhythm was hypnotic. The scrape of my climbing shoes against the rock, the metallic click of a carabiner clipping into an anchor, Thea's clear voice calling, "On belay." From below, my own confident reply, climbing. We were making excellent time, ascending into a world of breathtaking vistas. The forest canopy spread out beneath us like a vast, green ocean. The world of men, the roads, the towns, the noise, felt a million miles away. Up here, there was only the rock, the sky, and the steady beat of our own hearts. It was a profound sense of peace, a feeling of being exactly where we were meant to be. We were on the last pitch, a good 500 feet off the ground, when the ranger's warning echoed in my mind. It wasn't a sudden event, but a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The gentle breeze that had been our companion all morning died away, leaving a heavy, expectant stillness. The cheerful chirping of birds in the valley below ceased abruptly, as if a conductor had silenced his orchestra. A strange, metallic tang touched the air. I looked west. The horizon, which had been a flawless expanse of blue, was now stained with a deep, ugly purple. It wasn't a normal cloud formation. It was a single, monstrous entity, a bruise on the sky that was expanding with an unnatural, predatory speed. "Thea," I called down, my voice tight. "You see that?" She was at the belay station just below me, her face turned towards the approaching mass. I see it, see. It's moving fast. We need to get down. Now. There was no debate, no discussion. We were a unit. The summit was forgotten. The achievement irrelevant. Survival was the only goal. We abandoned the climb and immediately began the process of setting up our first rappel. The first drops of rain began to fall as I threaded the rope through the anchor rings. They weren't gentle drops, they were thick and heavy, splattering against the rock like pellets of ice. By the time Thea was clipped in and ready to descend, the storm had broken upon us with the force of a physical blow. The wind, no longer a whisper, became a shrieking, malevolent force that tore at us, trying to peel us from the face of the spire. The rain transformed into a torrential, blinding downpour. It wasn't just rain, it was a liquid wall, a deafening roar that swallowed all other sounds. Within seconds, we were soaked to the bone, the water shockingly cold. Our ropes, our lifelines, became heavy and slick, like writhing snakes. Thea rappelled first, disappearing into the gray, swirling chaos below. I watched the rope feed through my belay device, my knuckles white. My body pressed against the rock to present the smallest possible target to the wind. It felt like an eternity before I felt the 3 sharp tugs on the rope, the signal that she was safe at the next anchor. My turn. I muttered to the howling wind. I clipped my rappel device onto the waterlogged ropes and leaned back into the void. The descent was a nightmare. The rock face was a waterfall, and the wind slammed me against it repeatedly. My teeth were chattering uncontrollably, and a deep, invasive cold was beginning to seep into my bones. I was about halfway down to Thea's position, maybe 100 feet from the anchor, when it happened. The ropes, which had been sliding smoothly through my device, stopped. A sudden, sickening jolt. I was no longer descending. I was just hanging suspended in the heart of the storm, my weight held by a single, immovable point somewhere above me. I tried to coax the rope, to bounce my weight gently, to work it free. Nothing. I tried to ascend, to pull myself up the slick, wet strands, but my hands were numb, my strength already sapped by the cold and the adrenaline. I was stuck, dangling in space 100 feet from safety, unable to go up or down. Below me, I could just make out Thea's bright red helmet, a tiny beacon in the maelstrom. I could see her mouth moving, shouting encouragement, but her words were stolen by the wind, lost in the storm's deafening symphony. Panic, cold and sharp, began to pierce through the layers of my training. The logical, engineering mind began to fail, replaced by a primal terror. The world shrank to this single point of failure. My hands were numb, my shivering was becoming convulsive, and my strength was fading with every passing second. I was going to die here. The thought was not dramatic, it was a simple, terrifying calculation. The forces acting upon me were greater than my ability to resist them. It was only a matter of time. Time ceased to be a measurable quantity. It became a thick, suffocating fluid in which I was suspended. My world had contracted to the bite of the harness on my hips, the futile strain in my forearms, and the roaring chaos that filled my ears. The logical part of my brain, the engineer that calculated forces and understood mechanics, had gone silent. It was replaced by a frantic, primitive creature that knew only one thing: the void below. Hypothermia was no longer a clinical term. It was a thief, stealing the feeling from my fingers and toes, replacing it with a dull, aching burn. My shivering had become so violent that it felt like my skeleton was trying to tear its way out of my skin. Hope is a fragile thing. and mine had been shredded by the wind. I was a pendulum, swinging uselessly at the mercy of the storm. I closed my eyes, a part of me wanting to surrender, to simply let the cold take me and end the struggle. The image of Thea's face, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own, was the only thing that kept me anchored to consciousness. Her name was a silent scream in my mind, a word I no longer had the strength to shout. My grip on the slick rope was a parody of itself, my numb fingers having lost all sense of pressure. I was failing. The calculation was simple and brutal. My energy reserves were nearly depleted, and the storm showed no signs of abating. It was in that moment of absolute despair, when the boundary between the living world and whatever comes next had begun to blur, that I saw it. Through the thick, gray curtain of rain, something changed. It wasn't a sound, because the storm consumed all sound. It was a flicker of wrongness, a shape that didn't belong. On a narrow ledge, perhaps 30 feet below me and slightly to my right, a figure stood. My oxygen-starved brain struggled to process the sight. It was impossible. No one could be standing on that exposed sliver of rock, not in this tempest. It was a hallucination, a final trick of a dying mind. I blinked, a freezing rain lashing my eyelids, expecting the apparition to vanish. It remained. It was a man. He was dressed in what looked like climbing gear, but it was ancient, archaic. His harness was made of faded, wide webbing, the kind I'd only seen in black and white photos from the pioneering days of the sport. His clothes were tattered, dark wool and canvas plastered to a gaunt frame. He wasn't cowering from the storm. He stood with an eerie stillness, a statue against the fury of the elements. He seemed entirely unaffected by the wind that threatened to rip me from my harness. Slowly, he looked up at me. His face was the most terrifying thing I have ever seen, not because it was monstrous, but because it was so profoundly sad. It was pale, almost translucent, with deep-set eyes that seemed to hold the weight of ages. His cheeks were hollowed, and his lips were a thin, bloodless line. He wasn't shivering. He wasn't wet. As the water cascaded down the rock face all around him, he remained untouched, an island of impossible dryness in the deluge. Then he smiled. It was not a reassuring smile. It was a faint, sorrowful curve of his lips, an expression of shared understanding, of pity. It was the smile of someone who knew my terror intimately. My heart, which had been hammering against my ribs, seemed to stop altogether. This was not a climber. This was not a rescuer. This was something else. He raised a hand, his movements slow and deliberate, and he pointed. He didn't point at me, or at Thea below. He pointed to a spot on the rock face, just to my left, about level with my waist. My mind, gripped by a primal fear, fought against a surge of new, desperate curiosity. What could he possibly be pointing at? I was too weak to move, too terrified to look away from this impossible phantom. But his gaze was insistent, his pale finger unwavering. It was the only new piece of information my world had contained for an eternity. It was a choice to stare at the ghost until I died, or look where he was pointing. With a surge of adrenaline born of sheer terror, and a sliver of irrational hope, I used the last of my strength. I twisted my body, my boots scraping desperately against the slick granite, my exhausted muscles screaming in protest. I swung myself sideways, a wild, uncontrolled arc through the sheeting rain. For a moment, I thought the momentum would slam me back into the rock with bone-shattering force. And then I saw it. My rope wasn't just stuck. It was snagged on a viciously sharp flake of granite. a razor, thin edge that was almost invisible against the dark, wet rock. The rope had wedged itself perfectly into a crack behind the flake. Every time I had put my weight on it, I had been pulling it deeper, tightening the knot, and, I realized with a fresh wave of nausea, slowly sawing it against that sharp edge. The outer sheath was already frayed, the white core fibers exposed like a raw nerve. The sight broke the spell of my paralysis. The phantom, the storm, the cold, it all vanished, replaced by the singular, immediate focus of a man watching his own lifeline being cut. I had to free it. Now I let myself swing back, then kicked off the rock face again, this time with purpose. I clawed at the wall with my free hand, my numb fingers finding a tiny nubbin of rock. It was enough. I held on, my body screaming, and reached over with my other hand. I pushed the rope up and out of the crack, my fingers clumsy and stupid with cold. It slipped. I tried again, grunting with effort, my vision tunneling. On the third try, the rope scraped free. It came loose with a sudden, violent release, and I dropped a terrifying 10 feet before my rappel device bit into the rope and arrested my fall. The jolt was brutal, but it was the most beautiful feeling in the world. I was free. My first instinct was to look back down at the ledge, to the impossible man who had saved me. I had to know. I blinked the rain from my eyes and stared at the spot where he had stood. The ledge was empty. There was nothing there but bare, wet granite. There was nowhere he could have gone. No handholds to climb up or down. No cave to retreat into. He was simply gone, as if he had been nothing more than a projection on the screen of the storm. And someone had turned off the projector. A shudder that had nothing to do with the cold racked my body. I didn't have time to process it. I was alive, and I was still in the heart of the storm. I rappelled down the remaining distance to Thea, my movements clumsy and jerky. When I finally reached the anchor, I practically collapsed into her.
Silas!
"Oh my God, Silas, are you okay?" she cried, her voice raw with fear and relief. She grabbed me, her hands checking my face, my arms, as if to confirm I was real. I couldn't speak. I could only nod, my body shaking uncontrollably. My relief at being safe was hopelessly tangled with the profound, bone-deep terror of what I had just witnessed. We clung to each other for a moment, too small, fragile beings on the side of a mountain that was trying to kill them. But there was no time for comfort. We had to keep moving. The rest of the descent was a grim, silent ordeal. We moved with the desperate efficiency of the hunted, rappel after rappel, down into the growing darkness. The storm still raging around us, though perhaps with a fraction less intensity. We didn't speak of the snagged rope. We didn't speak of the lost time. And I certainly did not speak of the pale, sad man on the empty ledge. There were no words for it, and even if there were, the howling wind would have torn them away. It was full dark when our feet finally touched the ground. The feeling of solid, horizontal earth beneath my boots was so overwhelming that my legs gave out, and I crumpled into the mud and pine needles at the base of the spire. We had made it. We were down. Exhausted, hypothermic, and terrified, but we were alive. The great dark mass of Serpent Spire loomed over us, disappearing into the churning clouds, its secrets intact. The hike back to the car was a journey through a different kind of hell. The fury of the storm had passed, leaving behind a world that wept. Water dripped from every leaf and branch, a constant, mournful percussion in the crushing silence. The wind had died down to a low moan that snaked through the towering pines, sounding like something in pain. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen life, and the familiar forest we had hiked through in the cheerful morning light had transformed into a place of primeval menace. Thea, ever the pragmatist, took the lead. Her training as a wilderness EMT kicked in, and she became a focused, determined force, guiding us through the treacherous, muddy trail. She checked on me constantly, her voice steady, forcing me to drink water and eat a high energy bar that tasted like sawdust in my mouth. I followed her mechanically, my body a numb, aching machine running on the last dregs of adrenaline. But my mind was not on the path ahead. It was still 500 feet up on the face of Serpent Spire, dangling in the rain, staring into a pair of ancient, sorrowful eyes. The image of the phantom was seared onto the inside of my eyelids. The gaunt, pale face, the archaic gear, the impossible dryness, the sad, knowing smile, and that pointing finger. I replayed the moment over and over, a silent film loop in the theater of my skull. It felt more real than the mud sucking at my boots, more real than the comforting presence of Thea. Just ahead of me, I was trapped between two worlds: the solid, tangible world of my survival, and the spectral, impossible world of my salvation. I said nothing to Thea. How could I? How could I tell the woman I loved, a person grounded in the hard realities of life and death, that we were saved by a ghost? I could already hear the words forming in my mouth, and they sounded like the ravings of a madman. She had enough trauma to deal with. She didn't need to think her partner had lost his mind to hypothermia and fear. So I kept my silence, a cold, heavy stone in my gut. When we finally reached the truck, I collapsed into the passenger seat, the simple act of sitting down feeling like a monumental luxury. Thea cranked the engine, and the blast of the heater was the most glorious sensation I had ever felt. We stripped off our soaking outer layers, tossing the wet gear into the back, with a clatter of metal and a squelch of fabric. The drive back towards the small town on the edge of the forest was mostly silent, the only sounds being the rhythmic thump of the windshield wipers and the hum of the engine. The warmth slowly seeped back into my limbs, but the chill in my soul remained untouched. We found a generic roadside motel, its buzzing neon sign a beacon of mundane civilization. In the sterile, anonymous room, under the harsh, fluorescent lights, the horror of the past few hours felt both distant and incredibly immediate. While Thea was in the shower, I uncoiled the rope that had been my tormentor. I ran my fingers over the spot that had been snagged. There it was, the proof. The outer sheath was chewed through, the bright, colorful pattern violently interrupted by a patch of fuzzy, frayed threads. Beneath it, the white core fibers were clearly visible, some of them severed completely. My engineer's mind took over for a moment. I calculated the forces, the friction, the tensile strength. A few more minutes of sawing against that granite flake, a few more violent gusts of wind, and the rope would have failed. It wasn't a possibility, it was a certainty. And that certainty made the appearance of the phantom even more terrifyingly real. He hadn't just appeared. He had intervened at the precise moment between my survival and my death. The next day, we moved like zombies. Our bodies were a canvas of aches and bruises. We needed to replace the damaged rope and some other gear. A practical errand that felt like a necessary ritual to reclaim some semblance of normalcy. We found the town's only dedicated climbing and outdoor supply shop, a place called Sierra Vertical. It was a classic mountain town establishment, smelling of new rope, chalk, and old wood. Behind the counter was a man who looked as if he'd been carved from the very granite we had just climbed. His face was a road map of wrinkles, his eyes a pale, clear blue that had seen decades of changing seasons in these mountains. He had a calm, quiet demeanor that invited confidence. We told him our story. We spoke of the beauty of the spire, the suddenness of the storm, and the terror of the rappel. I described how my rope got stuck, carefully editing my account. I said, I swung over in a panic and was lucky enough to spot the snag myself. The old man listened patiently, nodding slowly, his eyes never leaving my face. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment, polishing a carabiner with a soft cloth. "Serpent's Spire," he said, his voice raspy, like stones grinding together. "She's a fickle one, all right. Got a history, that place." He looked from me to Thea, his gaze lingering. "You say your rope got stuck on the upper face during that squall yesterday." "That's right," I said, my heart beginning to beat a little faster. "Just below the summit block. It snagged on a sharp flake." He stopped polishing the carabiner and set it down deliberately on the counter. "And you got it free just in time, you say?" It wasn't a question. "Yes," I whispered. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Folks have been climbing in these parts for a long time. Before the fancy gear and the guidebooks. There are stories that get told around campfires, stories the rangers don't put in their pamphlets. That spire, it has a keeper." Thea and I exchanged a look. "A keeper?" she asked, her tone skeptical but curious. "They call him the Watcher," the old man continued, his eyes distant now, as if looking back through time. "Story goes, back in the 50s, there was a climber named Thomas Egan. One of the best. He put up a lot of the first ascents around here. Knew the mountains like the back of his hand. They say he loved this place more than anything. One autumn, he was attempting a solo climb on the spire when a freak storm, just like yours, blew in. No one knows exactly what happened. They found his body at the base a week later. His rope was still anchored up top, frayed and snapped clean through. A cold dread, colder than any glacial wind, washed over me. I felt the blood drain from my face. The legend says he never left," the old man said, his voice barely a whisper now. "They say his spirit stays on that rock. He doesn't haunt the place, not in a mean way. He watches. He looks out for climbers. And every now and then, when someone gets into real trouble, when they're at the end of their rope, he shows up, points the way, helps them out of a jam. Most people who see him think they're hallucinating from the cold or the fear, but they always get down safe." I could feel Thea staring at me, could feel her connecting the dots between the old man's story and the haunted, distant look I'd been wearing for the past 24 hours. I finally met her gaze. The question was in her eyes. I could only give a slight, almost imperceptible nod. The truth, as insane as it was, passed between us in that silent moment. I don't know if I believe in ghosts. My logical mind, the part of me that believes in physics and formulas, rejects it. But I know what I saw. I saw a man who wasn't there. I saw a sad, kind smile in the middle of a tempest. I felt a guiding presence when all hope was lost. Something saved me on that mountain. Something beyond my understanding. We bought a new rope and walked out of the store, into the bright California sunshine. The world forever changed. I will never climb Serpent's Spire again. Some places are sacred, and some mysteries are not meant to be solved. But I know that I will carry the memory of that day for the rest of my life, forever grateful to the silent, watchful spirit of the Sierras.